Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Sitya Zigalala, Honorable MPs for the Department of Public Works Portfolio Committee, MEC for Public Works, Roads and Transport in Mpumalanga, Mr. Thulasizwe Thomo, MEC for Public Works and Roads in Northwest, Ms. Elizabeth Mukua, MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in Free State, Ms. Dibulelo Mangce, Agreement SA board members present here today, CEO of Agreement SA, Mr. Richard Somanje, DG in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Sfiso Mdakane, senior government officials from National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, other professional government, representative of public entities, provinces and municipalities, representative from other departments, representative of the professional bodies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. We are thrilled to have you join us at this auspicious occasion. A warm and hearty welcome to Agreement SA Stakeholder and Industry Engagement Forum 2025, the first of its own kind under the theme, Building Stronger Partnership for Sustainable Innovation. I would like to cite a quote by Henry Chesbrough, open quote, "Collaboration is the bedrock of innovation, and partnerships are the catalyst that accelerate the pace of progress," close quote. My name is Dr. Julia Petla. I'm going to be your captain for this special occasion. Relax. It's going to be an easy ride. Your captain has it all under control. Before I commence with the order of the day, let me just get some house rules. The ablution facilities are located outside of the auditorium on my right. May I kindly request that you put your devices on silent mode. However, I'd like you to feel free, take photos, and broadcast on your various social media platforms. And then in terms of the order of the day, we'll have a question and answer segment at the end of the segment, the first segment, second segment, and respectively as we progress. Whilst I'm still on the house rules, permit me to hand over to CSIR to take us through a moment of safety, as it is customary in our organization to embrace safety. Over to you, CSIR.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the CSI International Convention Centre. I'm VP Pretorius, SSHE Manager of the Centre. Before you proceed, I'm just going to give you a couple of health protocols as well as evacuation protocols of the Centre. Kindly make use of our hand sanitizer stations located within the venue, as well as the communal areas as frequently as possible. Should you fall ill or require medical attention, kindly report to the reception area whereby a first aid facility as well as qualified paramedics will be made available to you. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm. Take only belongings that you can carry. Walk in an orderly manner. Do not run. Responders will lead you to an emergency exit, then to the assembly point. Restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signage. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Please select 3CSR ICC on your device. No password is required. For assistance, please call on any of our staff members who will contact a technician to provide support. Then, in addition, the following vehicles. Opel, registration number KM81RL-GP. Silver Cross Sport. Your tire is flat. Then the second vehicle, a Corolla Quest C, registration November, uniform Romeo 82462 GP. Your lights are on. Thank you.
Thank you, CSIR. I'm not sure if you are also able to assist colleagues whose tires are flat as part of your safety. So whilst I've introduced myself as the captain for today, Agreement SA also has its own captain. So allow me to introduce the captain of Agreement SA. It is none other than the acting chair, Dr. Bongani Mabizela. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Julia Petler, Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Sehle Zigalala, Baba Kuzeni, Honorable MEC for Roads and Public Works in the Northwest Province, Mayor Elizabeth Mukua, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure present here, board members of Agrema South Africa, senior officials from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, led by our DG, Mr. Mdagane, representatives of public entities present here, at provinces as well as municipalities, representatives from other departments, representatives of professional bodies present, our CEO of Agrema South Africa, Mr. Richard Somanji, Agrema South Africa executives, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you. Dumelang, Abshen, Sanibonani, Molweni, Khuyamore. Thank you very much. Sounds better. But let me also acknowledge my predecessor, the former chairperson of Agrema South Africa, Professor Mahaji, for being present. On behalf of Agrema South Africa, I am delighted to extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to all of you today. It is our honor and privilege to host you today at this annual Stakeholder and Industry Engagement Summit 2025. On behalf of Agrima South Africa, the Board of Directors and Management, I want to thank you for taking time to be with us today. We are committed to building stronger relationships and partnerships for sustainable innovation in South Africa's construction industry, in the built environment profession. We are thrilled to have you as participants in this exciting gathering of leaders, professionals, certificate holders, suppliers, and industry experts, where we aim to foster a collaborative and enriching environment for all attendees. This event promises to be an incredible platform for networking, knowledge sharing, and fostering meaningful connections to enhance the mandate of Agrima South Africa. Your continuing engagement and support for our organization is indeed highly appreciated. Deputy Minister and guests, we are committed to making Agrima South Africa to be the leading assurer of sustainable, non-standardized construction-related products and systems in the world. Once again, thank you for being part and being an integral part of this event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chair, for such a noble frontier, permit me rather to add one more house rule, just based on what you said: connect, network, and today is about sharing knowledge. Do it wittingly. I'd also like to urge us to get onto our social media platforms. Use your Facebook, now X, formerly known as Twitter. Just inundate them with the pictures so they can get a feel of what's happening today. On that note, I would like to call upon the CEO of Agreement SA, Mr. Richard Somanje, to give us background and purpose of today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Caption, Goeiemorgen, Ninjani, Bobua. Thank you. I'd like to welcome and to greet the Honorable DM, the Member of Parliament present, the board members, the MECs, the DG from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Today, we want to share with you a little bit of history of Agrima. And it's important that when we see Agrima being green, as it's written in green most of the time, we all think of life. When we cross the robots, the color is green. But I want us to start to remember that agreement is not agricultural entity. It's not about agriculture. We know agriculture brings food, but Agrima brings sustainability, including food in it. So, what is Agrima? Agrima is actually a French word meaning conformance or approval. Why it's the conformance? It's important to note that whenever entrepreneurs think of having a business, they want to solve a problem. They are bringing a solution to the problem. And it is no surprise that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as is well known to date, they had a vision in terms of the problem that was to be solved, and that was in 1969. This came after a surge in construction and development that was happening post-World War II. Why World War II? After that period of World War, there was a need to really accommodate innovation. So innovation is not a word that is coming lately. It has been there since 1945. And at that time, the SABS was there to represent South Africa, and there was a process to develop standards so as the construction industry is uniform. But some had foresights. There was a need to accommodate innovations because at the time there were people that were displaced from World War, and there was a massive construction and redevelopment at the time. So innovation was the key. And to some, they were actually looking at steel and glasses. That was part of the innovation at the time. But how do we ensure that whatever product we use is safe? Then after 24 years, the department saw a need to establish Agre as an agency of the department. It's important to note an agency of the department. By that time, it was housed here at CSIR. And it continued to be an agency of the department for a period of close to 48 years. No organization in South Africa have ever been under incubation for 48 years. That's only Agre. What happened since then? Agre, there was an act that was enacted in 2015 to prepare the establishment of Agre as a public entity in 2017. It started to operate in 2017 as a public entity so as to comply with the laws and the PFMA as it operates as a public entity. But then as it operates as a public entity, it moves away from being an agency to be a public entity. And after being established as a public entity, in this very same ground, next door where we saw the exhibitions, that's when Agre celebrated its jubilee. It was on the 4th of October, on a Friday, 2019. That was 50 years since it was established. That was historical and remains in our hearts for those ones that have been there to say how it was. But during that time, it was still known as South Africa's best kept secret. No wonder why. It is South Africa's best kept secret because most of us, the 62 million out there, they don't know about Agre. And it is in this forum like this, where we need to share and talk about Agre. So as when we go out there, we see Agre in the billboard, if there is still one, then we know what Agre is. And it's important that as an organization, we have a vision. And we aspire to be a leading assurer of sustainable, non-standardized construction-related products and systems in the world. that has been emphasized by our chair. It's also important to note that for us to achieve that vision, we need to have a mission in terms of how to go about. And our mission is to provide assurance through fitness for purpose of sustainable, non-standardized construction-related products and systems while promoting socio-economic development and aiding the policymaker in mitigating associated risks. This is very important because out there are lots of innovative products and systems that are put in place to solve the problem, but the issue of safety remains a concern. It's important that as Agre, we need to be updated and be informed in terms of the projects that are happening out there. It's important for us to note what projects that are innovative so as to mitigate these risks. As we work as Agre and our key stakeholders such as certificate holders and the licensees, which are the contractors that implement those products, it's important to observe that we've got values that we aspire and we want to live with those values. We promote teamwork within internally Agre and outside as we engage, and accountability. We make sure that we remain accountable for what we do as we promote and make sure that it's safe to use this product that is being certified by Agre. And we're also looking at trust, which we promote issues of integrity, reliability, and honesty. And also mutual respect. We respect among ourselves and also the certificate holder and key stakeholders among yourself here, and that's what we promote. And also we are client-centered. We always take our clients at heart and we do whatever it takes to make sure that the clients are serviced and we remain transparent. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we do have a mandate as Agre. And one of the pillars of this mandate is to promote assurance to the innovators and the users of these innovative products and systems. It is no surprise that we will need an event like this and to continue emphasizing that how we do our work, we need people like yourselves. As specifiers, the national department, it's important that if you see the certificate holders that have been displaying their products out there, they need to be supported in terms of business. How do we support them? They will come to Agre and say, yes, you certified our product, but how do you support us? And we're saying to them, we have working with the departments that are specifiers and some public entities. And we'll need to partner with these departments to assist them in terms of bid specifications so as they can specify that they want innovative products, some of them that we have seen, which today they will be given some certificates. And this is not only the national department, but also provincial department. It's important that if we are to see development, we need to promote this imaging. But we also note that there is a benefit in using these innovative products. So it's important. The users could be me and you, and the beneficiary of this certified product, as the beneficiary of these certified products. And we do this assurance through the assessments that we run. We do the tests, and also we certify. And when we go to those retail shops, we will see some of the products are marked Agre. It's to confirm that that has been tested and it's fit for the purpose. It's important that we observe that. And why Agre? It's because it's innovative. It doesn't follow the national standards. And that's why it's so. And there will be benefits to use such. And we also mandated in terms of our act to support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic as it relates to construction industry. And this, it will be an improvement in terms of the social and material well-being of individual and institution to achieve the highest possible levels. How do we do this? Is to establish platforms such as entrepreneurial development. We promote licensees whereby the certificate holder can make arrangements with the contractors who's going to build such a product or systems so as to expand and promoting entrepreneurial. That will also count to employment, but also, most importantly, the reduction of cost and time to build some of the infrastructure that we are promoting. We also we support and promote the introduction of use of certified non-standard construction-related products and systems. This is necessitated by introducing new products in the systems. And we go all out to ensure that there is always an innovations, whatever we certify. We don't certify the products that probably already there is an existing standards. We do some research to establish that indeed there is innovations in what is being presented to us to approve. And the certification process, it shouldn't be seen to be prohibitive, but there is a lot of work and research that needs to happen. And at the end, we are saying that it's safe to use such a product. And we support the policymaker in minimizing the risk. How do we do that? Who are the policymakers? It's the departments of human settlement, water and sanitation, public works and infrastructure, at some public government entities such as NHBRC, HDA, IDT, CIDB, as well as SHRA. This is through the partnership that we are forging to make. Some of them we have already signed the MOU, and we believe that after this event, we'll continue to sign the MOUs with other like-minded entities so as we can promote innovations across the board. And the issue of participating on a bid specification committees, as well as the industrial advisory committee in some of the entities that we participate in promoting the innovative products and systems. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, for the purpose which we are all here for today, and in conclusion, this forum serves as both the virtual and physical meeting places where individuals and key stakeholders with shared interests or goals come together to exchange their ideas, seek advice, and build connections under the theme, Building Stronger Partnership for Sustainable Innovation. I thank you.
Thank you. Can we give Mr. Somanje another round of applause? Thank you for that background information. I think for me, the pivotal role that Agreement SA plays in supporting policymakers to minimize the risk associated with the use of non-standardized construction-related products or systems, it's quite pivotal, and we can never shy away from that. And the role that Agreement SA plays in terms of collaborating with other industry stakeholders. Earlier on, the CEO alluded to the fact that Agreement SA is a best kept secret. And it's an organization that has been existent for over 50 years. How do you keep such an entity for so long in secret? And I think as the board and industry players, our role is to make sure that we get the word out there and get Agreement SA known. You know, I think by the time we leave and we end this forum, rather, would have a role to play, all of us as the board, the CEO, and the Department of Public Works has a role to play to make sure that Agreement SA is known out there. On a lighter note, I just got a bit worried that the CEO is much older because he's been here serving long. But that's on a lighter note. Okay, moving right along, I told you we're going to be moving swiftly to try and catch up with time. I'd like to call upon the Honorable Member of the Portfolio Committee to introduce our keynote speaker for the day. If I could call upon Mr. Sipho Mahlangu to please introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me take this opportunity and greet everyone present here. I realize that if I greet as per the hierarchy, I might omit others. So greetings to everyone present here. I have been requested to do a simple task, a task of introducing our key note addresser or speaker. But however, let's first acknowledge and appreciate the opportunity or the platform created by Agreement SA for stakeholders to sit and exchange ideas. We believe that this is an important gathering, and such gatherings ought to continuously happen for the betterment of our society. I am here, Chair, as I've explained, to introduce the current Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the former Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, who is the former Premier of KZN, who also was the MEC of Kokta. He started his activism at a very young age until he was elected the Secretary General of the African ANC Youth League. And further, he was the provincial chair of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal, the secretary of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Deputy Secretary of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal. Currently is the National Executive Committee member of the ANC. It was under his leadership and the legislature collective that the province of KwaZulu-Natal pioneered groundbreaking transformation programs under Operations Vula, which included radical agrarian socio-economic transformation, as well as bulk buying and housing program. He has carved out a solid reputation for himself as a proponent of Black Industrialist Program, a national government initiative which seeks to hasten the pace of the empowerment of Black-owned enterprises. Honorable Zigalala contributed immensely to the attainment of peace in KwaZulu-Natal in the early 90s. He remains seized with the task of deepening peace, advancing democracy, and achieving social and economic prosperity for the people of South Africa. At the heart of his efforts lies a passion to see the South African economy transformed, growing, and being competitive to reduce inequality, poverty, and unemployment. Honorable Zigalala is a champion of gender equality, youth empowerment, and an advocate of equality in education. He strongly believes in education and regards it as an indispensable weapon in the arsenal to advance equality and improve people's lives. The Deputy Minister holds a degree in Communication Science from the University of South Africa, the Honours Degree in Public Administration from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and the Master's Degree in Leadership Studies from UKZN. Let us welcome the Deputy Minister.
Thanks. Let us be seated. Thank you, Honorable Mahlangu. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you who are here today, especially the chairperson of the board, Dr. Mabizela, the board in entirety, members of Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, and I think this engagement is highly blessed with such a diverse participation of Portfolio Committee members. Among us, we have Honorable Mahlangu, who has been here. We have Ms. Sharon Letlape. We have Mr. Siabonga Gama. We have Mr. Edwin Bath. And we're grateful to have you as an organ that represents Parliament of South Africa. We extend our warm greetings to MEC of Public Works and Roads in Northwest, Honorable Elizabeth Mokua. Greetings also to the officials of the Department of Public Works, led by the DG, Mr. Sfiso Mtagane, the CEOs, starting with the CEO of Agre SA, who have spoken with us today, but also the CEO of CBE, Dr. Mieza, the CEO of CIDP, Mr. Dladla, the Registrar for SACP, CMP, Mr. Matutle. Now, if you start to call SACP, CMP, now people used to ask whether, is this an organ of the South African Communist Party? And we say, no, it belongs to the department. I wish to greet all of you who are scientists and specialists in the built environment. Even before starting making my remarks, I think the critical issue that faces us today is how to learn and unlearn, and therefore embrace innovation and development. On behalf of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we wish to pay great gratitude to the public and private sector, as well as civil society organizations attending this Agreement South Africa workshop. I also wish to take this opportunity to extend the apology on behalf of the Minister, Minister Macpherson, who would have loved to be here but is not here as he is engaged in other commitment of the department outside the country. The theme, building strong partnerships for sustainable innovation, is opportune and important as we are called upon to play our part to protect the environment by adopting sustainable building practices and solutions. The devastating impact of climate change continues to be felt here at home and abroad across the world, reminding all of us of the need to build climate-resilient communities and ensuring that our construction methods contribute in saving lives while at the same time preserve environment. Reports of loss of life and infrastructure damage resulting from the recent rainfall in our country and devastation in the aftermath of the California fires in the US place a huge responsibility to all actors and partners in the built environment to build with disaster in mind and consciousness to save lives. Today's event takes place here at the CSIR, a pride in our nation's history and trajectory in research, development, and innovation since 1945, marking it 8 years since it was established. We take note of the work that they've done so far, but on the other hand, Agre South Africa began effecting its mandate on supporting innovation, non-standardized construction product and systems under our department as early as 1969. The passing of Agre SA Act by the Democratic government in 2015 was informed by the need to support nature-based construction system, green infrastructure, and environmentally friendly material in a more cost-effective way than conventional solutions. Hence, I said, we need to learn, unlearn, and learn again. We need to learn because we have conventional methods that we grew up and embraced. It's not easy to change. All of a sudden, you embrace new things. But the conditions facing us impose that we need to unlearn and learn new methods that are produced in various studies, innovations, and therefore we have a lot to do. In this regard, Agre South Africa support policymakers to minimize the risk associated with using non-standardized construction-related products or systems. The construction industry is a significant driver for socio-economic development and job creation in our country. It is only through partnerships between government and private sector that we can indeed turn the country into a construction site, and that construction and infrastructure development become a flywheel of the South Africa's economy. As the department, we recognize that the construction industry remain a pivotal node where traditional practices meet cutting-edge innovation. This call on the built environment to embrace change and transition to innovate building systems and products that promote sustainable and efficiency. Maybe let me just be specific on this. I think having gone through this exhibition, I asked myself, what next? Are we gonna end up after this session going back to our department and it become business as usual? I believe we are called through you, DG, that some of the issues and solutions that we saw there are discussed in our exco. But I believe it is upon you, members of Portfolio Committee, to allow the department to pilot some of these solutions. We have seen a lot here, but there is a lot happening in the country. We were once called by UNISA, and the department went there. They presented a solution that is used now in our other countries in South Africa, but that solution has not been used by government in South Africa. Today, we have been presented by solutions that will reduce cost and ensure that there is benefit to communities. And some of those solutions are used in other countries, but not at home. And I think we need a deeper discussion around that issue, and I'm hopeful that the next ESCO in the Department of Public Works will discuss how to put in place and ensure that these innovative solutions are embraced and implemented. In our quest for a resilient and adaptable economy, we must explore and invest in innovative building systems such as modular construction, prefabrications, containers, and others. These systems shorten construction time, reduce waste and carbon emission, ultimately lowering cost and helping address the government's challenges with significant delay in local construction when we use normal methods. And therefore, they are shorter. Introducing sustainable product ranging from eco-friendly material to energy-efficient system can drastically change how we approach building in South Africa. As the department and all entities, we envision a future where our buildings serve as pillar for sustainability. We can produce functional structures that respect our environment by using, for an example, recycled materials, renewable resources, and smart technologies. Partnership between government, private sector, academia, and civil society are crucial in fostering innovation in construction. We can initiate projects that integrate innovation buildings into our public infrastructure by collaborating with the industry. South African government is committed to creating a conducive environment for sustainable investment. The methods that we are exploring include incentivizing companies that prioritize sustainable practices and innovation in construction. This aligns with our vision for a just and equitable society, ensuring that every citizen benefits from our advancement in the built environment. There is always anxiety that if we transit, moving from one system to the other, then what will happen about those who have been in that traditional or conventional system? But we have learned here that it is equally possible to ensure that when we transit, people who are there are trained to move with solutions that are being introduced. We therefore say, let us embrace this and these innovative solutions in a way that does not create unemployment for those who are employed in the industry, but in a way that reskill and ensure effectiveness. We have numerous certificate holders who are currently in business coming from Agre SA, and we are pleased to welcome new certificate holders entering the market. Some of these new holders will receive their certificate during this event, and some will join us to showcase their innovation in construction product. We must partner together to implement these systems successfully, but also exploring ways to assist small, medium, and macro enterprises is imperative in our collective effort. We must stimulate economic growth and revitalize the construction sector. But that does not mean we must only embrace innovation coming with big companies and neglect small companies. We must ensure that we integrate and support SMMEs. We wish to propose that we concentrate our effort on various strategic areas such as the following. The first is skills development and training. Adopting innovative building system requires a workforce with the right skills. We must therefore prioritize training initiatives that upskill the current workforce and attract young talent into the construction sector. Secondly, we must work on research and development. Research and development should help us to explore new buildings material, products, and systems. Construction between or collaboration between universities, research institutions, and the industry is therefore essential for innovation. Thirdly, we must ensure regulatory framework, a supportive regulatory framework that facilitates the deployment of innovative building technologies. We must ensure that our policies are adaptable, encouraging experimental effort while maintaining safety and quality standards. Fourthly, we must ensure community engagement. The people for whom we build must always come first. Engaging communities in project planning and the implementation stages is essential. And I'm sure the unit that deals with facilitation in the Department of Public Works should take a lead, because social facilitation must ensure that communities are integrated and embrace the projects that are coming in their areas. Thus will create a greater acceptance and ownership of initiatives that we're bringing. There must be a stronger public-private partnerships, which must help us to work in an integrated way. We must leverage the expert and resources of private entities to achieve our goals, sharing skills and rewards alike. At some point in the department and in government, I've argued whether the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, in particular the property management and trading entity, does not need its own PPP unit instead of depending to Treasury, which then take years to have project finalized. We're in a country where it takes more than 3 years for one project to be registered under PPP. And for us, with such a huge backlog, lack of financial muscle on the side of government, financial capacity on the side of the private sector with skills and expertise, shouldn't we say department that lead on project, big project, should establish units that lead on ensuring that PPPs are formulated, finalized on time, and implemented. I'm fully aware of fears of PPPs. I know that once you enter into a PPP, you apportion some risk to the private sector. But equally, the private sector benefit, and at some point they would want to prolong their stay to get more money, even at a time when they are required to exit. And the question of how to balance the two is very important. And therefore, we must look on PPPs we've implemented in the country and try to ensure that we address the two so that we are aligned. Yes, the private sector stands to benefit, but also when taking government from government, taking risk from government, they should benefit, but at some point, those properties or those solutions must also help government. It must not be the one way. It must be a combination. And therefore, we need also, as the department, I believe, a stronger engagement on how to ensure that the PPP approach is utilized effectively. We appreciate your presence here. We need more collaboration, whether you are a contractor, architects, engineers, town planners, material supply, or community leaders. We must work together to reimagine what is possible in our built environment. By embracing innovative building systems and promoting sustainable practices, we can improve our infrastructure and create resilient and thriving economy. We believe that the work done by ASA should be complemented by CIDP so that we work and ensure that our programs are implemented faster. The expertise and programs like Building information modeling must be prioritized. As we digitize, we must leave no one behind. We need to change the fact that Agre SA is referred to as a sleeping giant. It is a giant indeed, but it should not be a sleeping one. It should partner with all sectors of the communities. It should partner with our entities. We are also not constrained to work with the Department of Public Works alone. You are allowed to share your experience with other departments as well. We also call on all our municipalities to utilize the construction solutions coming from AXA and its partners. I believe there should be a stronger collaboration with MISA in this regard. MISA and SALCA should be engaged to embrace the work that Agre SA is doing. Collectively, we carry a responsibility to embrace and promote sustainable building solutions and to fight ignorance and stereotypes about building materials that are developed and approved by Agre SA. We look forward to working alongside with each of you as we forge a sustainable future for South Africa's infrastructure. Such future should be a future of all of us, black and white, and a thriving society. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM, for such a profound directive, propelling us to do more, to be solution-driven. To embrace innovation and move away from traditional methods that we're currently working on. And I think what is profound, DM, is that you mentioned that we need to relearn, unlearn to relearn. Thank you so much. There's a lot to be learned. There are 5 key drivers that you spoke about that requires our urgent attention. You spoke about skills development and training. We will endeavor to attract young talent to make sure that the built environment is transformed. We'll also look at investing heavily in research and development because that's quite critical. You spoke about regulatory frameworks and policies that must be adaptable. I think CIDB was listening attentively there. We need to prioritize community engagement. It's quite critical. We can't build in communities where we've not engaged the stakeholders. It can't be. We really need to prioritize on them and not impose these things in their environments. Finally, we emphasize the importance of public-private partnership. That should be a new norm. And I think in the room here today, we're talking about collaboration, and I think it's important that even the MOAs and MOUs that we currently have with the institutional organizations that we have, we need to expand those to make sure that we have a wider reach. Indeed, Honorable Deputy Minister, we heed the call. We shall be responsive, we'll be agile and action-orientated in terms of driving this change. in addressing these critical issues that you've highlighted. Once more, I'd like to thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. At this juncture, may I kindly request the Agreement SA board members to ascend to the stage for a photo shoot with the Minister, Deputy Minister, joined by the MECs present and the CEO of Agreement SA. Thank you. And the Portfolio Committee. Agreement SA board members, Portfolio Committee. Thank you, colleagues. The Deputy Minister will still be around in case you want to take a photo graph with him during tea time. Okay, moving right along, we are now going to play a corporate video by Agreement SA. Thank you.
South Africa, green, often associated with nature and sustainability, has become a symbol of environmentally friendly construction practices. Agre, South Africa, green, often associated with nature and sustainability, has become a symbol of environmentally friendly construction practices. From green building materials to energy-efficient design, green has revolutionized how we construct our buildings. Green is not just a color, it's a symbol of hope and renewal. It signifies new beginnings and growth potential. Just as a seed sprouts and grows into a magnificent tree, green reminds us of the endless possibilities. The color green represents a shift towards a cleaner and more sustainable future. Agrimol South Africa is green. At Agrimol South Africa, we provide professional services in the construction industry. Our mission is to introduce and promote the safety and quality of construction projects, ultimately benefiting the industry and the public. With over 50 years of experience, we have established ourselves as a trusted authority in the construction industry. Our team of experts consists of engineers, architects, and industry professionals passionate about upholding the highest standards in construction. At Agrimol South Africa, we offer various services to support the construction industry. Our certification process involves rigorous testing and evaluation to ensure that buildings and materials meet the necessary standards and regulations. Our range of approved innovative products and building systems includes, but is not limited to, walling and building systems, road products, sanitation systems, plumbing systems, energy performance assessment software, weigh-in-motion traffic monitoring systems, access control doors, bridge deck joints, ceiling systems, concrete additives, damp proofing and waterproofing, under-tile roofing insulation, sanitation products, roofing products, thin bituminous surfacing systems, and wall coatings. This certification provides peace of mind to contractors, developers, and the public, knowing that the construction projects are safe and reliable. Furthermore, we conduct research and development to stay at the forefront of industry advancements. By staying up to date with the latest technologies and practices, we can continuously improve our services and contribute to the growth and innovation of the construction industry. Agrimol South Africa recognizes the urgent need to address environmental concerns in the construction sector. The Eco-ASA label is an environmental label that signifies a product's adherence to sustainable practices throughout its life cycle. It is a certification that assures consumers that the product has been produced environmentally, helps consumers make informed decisions, and encourages using alternative sustainable building materials. Let's build a better, safer, and environmentally sustainable future in the construction industry. Agrimol South Africa. Innovative construction product assessments.
Thank you very much. If you don't remember anything, just remember green. The CEO said is not agriculture, it's sustainability, eco-friendly, along those lines. But the video was just to show you some of the products that we certify at Agreement SA. Thank you. Now, moving right along, our next speaker is going to be talking to us about funding opportunities for innovators. How can small and medium enterprises be supported? I think that's quite crucial. The Honorable Deputy Minister also spoke about the importance of ensuring that SMMEs are supported. To take us through that, let's welcome Mr. Dumisani Mkonza. He's the COO of ABSA Enterprise and Supply Chain Development. He is responsible for effective functioning of what he calls the engine room of non-traditional finances. He has played various roles in ABSA for the past 18 years. So you have somebody who's got 18 years worth of experience, is passionate about leveraging banks and corporates ecosystem as a catalyst to build inclusive economies. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So here's my captain. I just want to say that I won't be able to greet in all 11 languages because I'm only been given 15 minutes. So I'll be running very quickly through the slides. If we can pull them up.
Maybe you can do 2 languages whilst you are getting that right. Technical, could you kindly assist? But that allows you to start the salutation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to speak around innovation and finance. So just in your presence and having listened to the speeches thus far, I'm in awe on what Agreement SA does. And, you know, as ABSA, we have really sat down to investigate the different solutions in finance. As you would know, us as banks, you know, we are seen in playing a transformative role in our economy. And of course, we know that business as usual, as the Deputy Minister has alluded to, can be an enemy of innovation. So we started looking at this differently, already going back to 2009. We started looking at various ways how we can support startup and small businesses and innovators in general to provide them with sustainable finance solutions for the long term. So we're quite excited with the topic today. And thank you for the invitation. I feel quite privileged to be speaking to you today. So yeah, I think we might still be battling with the slides. I've got a couple of slides. Okay, so we might battle with the slides, but I'm happy actually just to talk through the points. As I said, I won't take too much of your time, but I will be available for questions. And my captain, I'm not sure if you'll be taking questions whilst during the session or a bit later, but I'll be available to respond to any questions. So essentially, we know the challenges that SMEs face. You know, and it's multifaceted challenges, particularly in South Africa, given our past. We have a lot of people that have innovative ideas, and when it comes to financing, it's dololo. So what we've developed is a developmental standard, credit standard as ABSA, and it basically incorporates our partnership with development finance institutions as well as our corporate clients. We took advantage of the BBBE scorecard that back in 2013, 2015, corporates were allowed to lend money to small businesses. And we went to our corporate clients and we said, look, you don't have the capability to do it. You probably can't do it at scale, and you don't have the experience to track non-performing loans and how you can remediate loans. So we put together a process and system and put together a team that will be able to address that need. So one of the big challenges in this space, especially for startups, is ability to be able to secure your market as early as possible, because that can determine the type of financing that you will need. So if I think about, when you start a business, firstly, you have to have passion for it, the skills for it, to do it. Also, the resilience that you will build, because it's going to be, trial and error all the time. And whenever you're given the opportunity to build that skill, you then need to find your potential customers. And to the extent that those customers can be corporates, then we believe that there is already a form of risk mitigation to us as financiers. So, with my colleague Brian, we were just talking about an example. As we were seeing the video here, we have a small business. They're not part of the exhibition today in the Northwest. So they're actually a brick manufacturer. They take waste from Anglo Plats, and they were able to produce bricks. And one of their challenges is access to market. So, they come to us, and because we have relationships with these corporate clients, we then introduce them to the wholesalers, retailers, in order to have to secure a bit of offtake, because that is what gives rise to the funding, at least from a credit perspective or the lending perspective. But we know that SMEs, even prior to that, will still need money to test their idea, and usually a loan is not the preferred option at that point in time. So we need to look to, could we secure a grant? If it's not a grant, could we secure a form of equity funding from venture capital, for example? So we then monitor that from a bank perspective. Again, we've got access to some of the leading venture capital entities. Our team is also subscribed to the South African Venture Capital Association. So we're looking to see how we can participate and assist them. I see my slides are back on, so I'll go through them just now. So I've already touched, I think, on the challenges that we have with and the constraints that we have as SMEs when we're trying to access the finance. And of course, when you're not funded or you don't get the funding, the sufficient funding that you need, you will then struggle to have the societal impact, whether for your own wealth creation or creation of jobs. So, okay, I've also just touched on our non-traditional lending approach, in that it is focused on financial inclusion, and it is based on the SME's ability to generate cash flows in the future. We do this with collaboration with the DFIs and the corporates and other agencies as well. And again, here it's important to prioritize collaboration over competition. And there's generally more of those opportunities than there is of competition. But we also have to respect competition and understand that it's good for the ultimate customer. So there are some guardrails that we put in place to make sure that the ultimate borrower and the end user and the customer get the best value from these arrangements. So I've mentioned about risk mitigation. So we've got the corporate at the center. So in the example of that bricks manufacturer, an off-taker like a Massmart or Build It could come into the picture, and we'll have an agreement with them, an arrangement with them, whether it's an MOA or an agency agreement or a guarantee agreement, to assist us as ABSA to be able to finance the SME based on their business case that they will provide. And also, as I've said, we already have leveraged the BE scorecards or legislation to be able for us to do this. And underpinning all of this is the business development support that we provide to our SMEs. Again, addressing the issues of market access. So we have a lot of platforms, public platforms, and also just informal introductions to our corporate clients when they've got a product that is of quality, that is reliable, that can be delivered timely, but they are looking for that a big customer. Okay, and then when it comes to grants, we all know that's not necessarily a sustainable solution, especially because there isn't an open check. I always say money can elude all of us, so you always have to be careful with grants, how you use them. We like the lending-backed or lending-based grants where we combine that with the loan. And those grants could come from upside, could come from the corporate or the DFI, and also the loan could be from those three parties, for example. So it's a blended finance solution, and it requires all of these parties to come into place. So we break it down into these three pillars, and we call it ABCs of non-traditional lending, because we have been trying to simplify the financing space. It can get complex, but it's very important for us to simplify it. We're dealing with very simple businessmen that don't create complex structures to get to market. So they need very simplified solutions. So on alternative lending, all that we're doing there is the partnerships with our development finance institutions. The one that is popular that probably most of you might know about is our arrangement with SEFDA on the Kula guarantee. But we also partner with international development finance institutions like your AFDB, for example, that will come into this place just to help us mitigate some of the risks, some of the financial risks that we face as a lender. And then bank lending, all that we do there is an arrangement that we would have with a corporate client where they give us some sort of guarantee on procuring from the business that we are financing. So in terms of volume and price, and also from a technical and operational perspective, that corporate clients might be closer to understand what will make their business to succeed. So if it's not them from in-house, they could have technical mentors on the outside that they partner with. And then lastly, corporate lending is where, so it's an off-balance sheet solution for us as a bank, and then so we lend directly from the corporates, and the corporates obviously also has other obligations around the enterprise supply development scorecards, skills development, and sometimes even socio-economic development. We are able to see how we can assist using those funds in a very effective way that has a sustainable impact. So underpinning all of these three is, you can see the active participation of SMEs within that chain. We see that as quite important. And sometimes not just as a supplier to the corporate, but they could also be a distributor of products for that corporate. What's also interesting in this space is sometimes, if you have a narrow view, you might believe that this SME is your future competitor, but they are actually likely to be your partner in the future, and you can actually grow with them. So just very briefly, how we do the assessment in the case of innovators and also SMEs is our bias is towards the future. So that's how we believe we empower Africa's tomorrow. It's really understanding the cash flow generating ability of this SME, and that is based on this offtake, or at least understanding how they're securing the market from a sales point of view. So once we understand how the who the customers, how do they pay, and we understand the use of funds, which we will control, and we can see profitability and we can see affordability, then the fact that you might be a startup or the fact that you might have a poor credit record won't prevent us from giving you finance. But we still need to understand your present situation, so that's why it is important to always keep a clean credit profile if you can, or have arrangements with your creditors when you can't, because we want to fund sustainable businesses that are cooperative. You don't dodging your creditors and then still expect to be financed. So it's important for us to understand your present situation. What do you have in place? What are you lacking, and how we can assist? I've already spoken about skills, and the reason that you start a business will speak to what your profile is at that point in time and what you've been exposed to. We do need to assess the experience, and we need to establish if there is any track record, or at least understand your capability and ability to deliver. So this is our business development support framework. Again, we don't go in alone here. We go in with a lot of partners. Some of you might be in this game of supporting, whether it's from a financial management, whether it's HR, marketing. SMEs needed a lot of help. We know you can't be wearing all the hats as a business owner, so you need this type of help. So what we do is we do an analysis and identify what those gaps are, and then we'll introduce our business development support partner, and we have actually a funding model on the back of that as well, where you as an SME can also play a role from a funding point of view. But likelihood is that we will pay for that cost, or the corporate will pay, or the DFI will pay for the cost, and then we have to document those development points, and because that's what we want to measure post the loan being advanced. And there will be triggers both, before you get the loan and during the life of the loan. Because the real success in this space of financing is, how many businesses can we take from startup into corporates of the future? So we have to walk the journey with the SMEs. Then just quick takeaways. This is addressed to the businesses that are here, and I'm sure we all have opportunity to speak to the exhibitors today. But for me, and as I've been in this game for quite a while, I consistently see that the story really matters, especially if it's going to be backed up by the numbers. So, there's ways that we do check that, but we challenge entrepreneurs to really understand the reasons that they are entering into a venture, because that's what counts, in those tough times. That passion and the reason of starting the business. You're gonna need that resilience and that energy in really tough times. So the other message we like to lend is the fact that it's not only banks that provide finance. There are other stakeholders that do that. So our development finance institutions, as well as corporates, might actually be your source of funding, cheaper funding. We are always debating who's got the most friendly capital in the marketplace. That's debatable. Grants, as I said, they very hard to come by and not always easy to access. And people always say, well, I can just go to my family and friends. And there'll be argument against that as well, to say, I come from poor backgrounds. My uncle doesn't live in Santino Stellenbosch, as it's always said. So, equity contribution remains a challenge, and we currently looking at various models around the equity providers, especially in the venture capital space. And then just, whether you're in business or not in business or thinking about starting a business, we do think that ultimately at the end of the day, the trustworthiness that you have, the integrity that you have, your character, it's what's going to stand the test of time. And generally that does equate to creditworthiness. And in closing, as ABSA, we are here. We are supporting the small businesses. We're supporting the growth of the small businesses. Their story matters to us, and we've developed a non-traditional approach to lending. And hopefully in a year's time, my captain will come back here and confirm how many of the entities that have exhibited and have been certified by yourself we've been able to finance. Thank you very much.
Is it a burning question? We're going to defer the questions for after the break, after the tea break. Hence, I'm asking if it's a burning question. Okay, all right. Then in that case, you may go ahead.
It relates specifically to what the Honorable Deputy Minister also alluded to, and that is embracing innovation and technology in construction. Dumisani, I'm not sure if you know this, but the pioneer in innovative housing finance was ABSA. He had a brilliant team, Dr. Harold Jive, Joe Kondos, Meryl Benjamin, did a fantastic project in Mbakweni in Western Cape. And again, I allude to what the Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned about educating people who are recipients of the technology. ABSA did something brilliant. They bussed in over 200 people from the Western Cape and asked them for their opinion on what the technology felt like, would it be acceptable, and that is so important from an ESG perspective. I think a previous speaker also mentioned you have to design for the communities in which you want to work. ABSA achieved an acceptance rate of over 86%, meaning that people are willing to embrace technology. They're willing to live in a house that's not made of brick and mortar. But it comes down to education. That's the one point I want to make. The second point is, you made a very interesting point. It's all traditional funding and finance model that you put up. You're no different from many of the other banks. What I find difficult with most banks, and maybe it's something you can take back to your team, there's too much of a silo operation. Your bond originators, the financing team, the development team, the valuation team, everybody's working in a silo. And when you get to developers like us, there's only that many battles you can fight in one day. And the fact that South Africa still does not have a single black developer of scale in the affordable housing market might be something that the bank wants to consider from an ESG perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, I agree with all your points, and I'm happy during tea break that we can chat about this further. But what I just find generally with banks, and us not excluded, is we are big machines, 35,000 strong, people working for various departments and various products. But I think part of our success is based on that internal collaboration, because it is an ecosystem and a value chain. And we want to finance more. That's the business that we're in. And just finding those ways of mitigating risk and finding the right businesses to support, that's what we stand for. But I take the point on the silo side, Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, I'd like to ask if we have questions, not only for Mr. Mkonza, but for the panel, if we can take 2 or 3 questions before we break for tea. I'm not so sure how we're going to deal with our colleagues that have joined us virtually in terms of questions. Okay. That's fine. I will take you after that gentleman over there. And then you follow. Can we assist with the roving marks? Oh, and the gentleman with the white shirt.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sibusiso. I'm a contractor.
I'm sorry to interject. If you could just state who your question is directed to.
My question is directed to the Deputy Minister and I think in part to perhaps the other colleagues that deal with infrastructure and SMME development in general. Deputy Minister, I'm encouraged that you spoke in particular of sustainable innovation in the construction sector. And I think as other departments are here, you know, on the ground with us as Baki contractors, as you know, we are struggling to really have sustainable projects in the sector. We depend on being subcontracted most of the time. Now, when you are a subcontractor, you are supposed to grow. But government has entities that make it difficult for subcontractors to grow. And I'll quote one example, and I'm glad the CEO is here, of CIDB. When you are a subcontractor, after you are subcontracted, you are supposed to go to an institution like the CIDB to be graded so that you can grow. You cannot be a subcontractor forever. Now the CIDB itself, that institution, it has some hurdles, let me put it like that. Institutional hurdles, which are not of their own doing, but of how that structure is set up. You go also to the NHBRC, which I'm glad they are also here. There are also hurdles which are not of their own doing, but they are institutional. Now, if you check, most subcontractors or Baki contractors, as I would like to put it, are unable to grow, which further link to what my gentleman from APSA has alluded to, lack of financing, etc., etc. So it's a round circle, this thing. We need, as part of sustainable solutions, Deputy Minister, to bring all these groups together, bring the CIDB, bring the NHBRC to say, let's look at the hurdles that we need to unblock so that Baki contractors can grow. I think that is the number one step. Otherwise, we will sing this song over and over and over again. And we will watch the projects being done by big business, big contractors all the time. And every funding that will come will go to big contractors. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My question is directed to Richard. The eco-labeling aspect of the green building aspect of Agre is long outstanding. We are now competing in an environment where the considerations of what is called green out there is being washed. The term greenwashing is relevant for a reason. And I was fortunate enough to attend a conference last year at UCT where I addressed the specifications on green building and what is sustainability and how greenwashing is taking over the industry. It's a very prevalent term. There was a recent study done at UJ where out of 1,509 projects that received EDGE certification or Green Star certification, over 80% of which was found to be actual greenwashing. we need to look at that scenario, Richard, and make eco-labeling an absolute priority now. The embodied energy constraints and the considerations and the calculations need to be made out into the public. If we keep wanting, we talk about sustainability, and again, the Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned it several times, and we talk about global warming. If we want to address the issues of global warming and sustainability, we have to do it with actual calculations on what is green and what isn't. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Teboho. I'm a construction technologist, and Point Zero is on the other side. I must really appreciate the minister when he expresses the issue of this co-creation of technology. We have to co-create and coexist, because if you go to rural areas where this type of mechanized technology is far-fetched, people can still build their houses with stone through indigenous knowledge that they've always built, and they still do. So if we could have a particular curriculum, not necessarily curriculum, you don't need a BSc, you don't need a BTech or whatever qualification. People have built things without any university before. When I did sub A in 1977, there were people in villages who were building schools. There. Of course, we had to come to conformities that conforms to certain principles of formalities. But in rural villages, we are able to deliver houses just through picking up stones and building them. Crawls, houses, septic tanks, and so on, without even importing any other material, but on the localities. But unfortunately, we are unable to resuscitate through the department a possibility of a small funding. And if you could quantify a 40 square meter house at 196,000 allocation, you could do it at half that price of local people, picking up stones and just building it there. Yes, of course, door frames are manufactured and so on, but we need to begin to have a system that allows that for rural development and EPWP to really not be suffocated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the Deputy Minister responds, we'll allow a question from Simpiwe, who's joining us virtually. After Simpiwe, and the white, sorry. Before Simpiwe, we'll take a question from you, and then Simpiwe, then the Deputy Minister will respond. Thank you.
I think for me it's more of my name is Bungumo Samchali. I'm a civil engineering professional. I think for starters is to appreciate this platform. There was a platform where I see Mr. Duplessis over there, CEO Somanji, CEO Mieza of a sister entity, CEO Dada is gone, and the CEO Malaka were there. I stated that we need something like this. So when I see it happening, I appreciate Boche Mabizela. So going forward, I humbly request, I beg, as the Nigerians say, can we then engage at different platforms where you now go to your SACAP, have discussion, go to your EXA, go to your BBC for built environment. Please engage us, because there's still a lot of people who know nothing about Agreement South Africa. For example, I spoke to somebody recently to say, you know that through Agreement South Africa, you can get a brick for 150, yet a brick that you can buy maybe of similar strength at Coral Brick for 500, 550. She looks surprised. So a huge marketing drive is required. Let's engage tertiary institutions with a lot of construction programs they do. Let's engage at different level. Let it not be a talk shop. The Deputy Minister spoke of your MISA, municipalities. I hope you'll partner with your local economic development of municipalities. So really, this is what the industry needs. This is what the the contractors need. So we appreciate this platform. And the second point, Deputy Minister, I just had a discussion with Mr. Butcher Matutle regarding these professional registrations. Some of us have gone for years of unemployment when you count the entire money required to register with SACPCMP, everything from application, interview, it comes to something like 14,000 rand. Where am I going to get it? Yet now, if I want to be any position within the engineering or management space within your department, Deputy Minister, it's compulsory. So I'm sitting at home unemployed. I want to work for Public Works, but I'm being referred to go to my entity and register professionally to work for me. So I hope something could be done about that one. So I think, yeah, those are my points.
If Simpiwe online is ready, can ask his question. Technical? Thank you. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I must also welcome and appreciate this platform and hope maybe sort of like a comment and hope that it becomes maybe an annual event that will continue to take place each year so that it builds from the momentum it has from today onwards. I must make a comment first that I think Agre in South Africa gave a very good strategy to be introduced in the higher institutions because I first heard about Agrima in my I think it was in my third year as the Build Environment student. I am hoping that also cuts across all the higher learning institutions where built environment is being offered, so that at least it becomes known. I'm glad I see this platform. Hence, I'm hoping that it continues to be an annual event that will grow from here. But perhaps not much of a question, but as a comment, seeing the stakeholders that are here, I think a bit of adding to the point that my colleague just finished talking. He touched on something that I thought of, because I see that the heading or the topic of today is building a stronger partnership for sustainable innovation. I think it is indeed a need for Agrima to build a partnership with local municipalities and grow further in being known to institutions. I'm working for a state-owned institution, which is Kuha Development Corporation. We're dealing with specifically SME development in the construction sector. I think all points that are raised with regards to other partners, your CIDB, other partners, I think it's very important that really a coordinated approach in terms of these partners, so that small construction businesses find it a bit easier to develop. My last comment would be to say, if SACPCMP, I don't know if they could consider having, maybe provincial offices. I'm saying this, maybe it's already happening, but in my knowledge, they only have got a centralized office which is based in Gauteng and in the Pretoria or somewhere in Gauteng. But I believe if they could spread a bit, even if they start not necessarily having provincial or non-provinces, but they start having some decentralized offices that also assist in the issue of backlog or in the issue of backlog in the administration, so that from the time you make an application as a candidate to just an application or first application, it doesn't take time for you to get a reply for acceptance, so that then you can start your portfolio of activities, so that you get to a point of being tested. I think we do need that kind of an approach from them, so that they assist us in terms of of growth. I think let me end it here, Chair. There's a lot of valid points and interesting things about this event. Hence, I wish it could continue and be an event that takes place annually so that it grows from the momentum it has from today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simpiwe. Honourable Deputy Minister, over to you.
No, thanks, colleagues, and we acknowledge and welcome all questions. I think the first question on sustainable innovation and development, it is a work that we're not going to just speak about here and leave it. We have already started engaging with our entities and relevant departments to look on how we support small and emerging contractors. We would want to have a comprehensive plan, well aligned, which talk to also ensuring that as we go forward, we engage even the Treasury on the implementation of the Public Procurement Bill, or Act rather, so that we'll be able to allow emerging contractors to compete amongst themselves, not to compete with big companies. So we are working on that. Collaboration is key. I think if there are specific issues that you would like to submit on obstacles you face in CIDP or NHBRC, it will be helpful to get just those submissions so that we attend to those issues. I cannot overemphasize the issue of training and skills development. We take that point. We will continue to work with institutions of higher learning to ensure that there is a focused and dedicated skills development and training in the built environment. I think I spoke about collaboration, and I think CPE needs to ensure that all entities under its umbrella work together and support each other. The question of registration of professionals, it is one that we need to continue to address, both in terms of process and in terms of cost. And I think we have started in the 6th administration to discuss it and begin to make plans to ensure that it is much easier to register. The last point, I think Simpiwe is correct. The proposal that this must not be a once-off event, I think I welcome it, and I think we are going to work together with Agre SA to ensure that it is held at least annually, but not as a platform to talk for the sake of talking, but to also assess the progress we are making on commitments that we have made. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable DM. I'm aware that there are other questions that colleagues would like to ask who are on virtual platform. Allow us to break for tea. When we return, we'll take more questions in the next segment. On that note, I'd like to thank you once more, Honourable Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, if you could get your attention. We just want to give you a token of appreciation for spending the better part of the day with us. Thank you so much.
Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, whilst the DM is still here, we're going to excuse him later on because of other engagements. But I think it's important for me, on behalf of Agrima South Africa, DM, and also, ladies and gentlemen, that we emphasize this point. We want to encourage innovation. We want to encourage creators. Bring your products forward to us. Bring your innovation forward to us. Use us as your launching pad for that innovation, for that innovative idea that you have. And what we want to do, amongst others, as Agrima South Africa, is to make sure, especially all departments that have got something to do with the built environment profession in the construction industry, we make sure that your products are marketed accordingly or properly with all of them. And we encourage them, once the product has been certified by Agrima South Africa, that your product can be utilized anywhere within such departments as and when they've got projects. And also in future, they also build into their specifications that these products, amongst others, that are innovative, that have been certified by Agrima, are supposed to be included as part of the specification. So this is not just a talk show. We want to make sure that a lot of creativity from your end comes forward and use Agrima South Africa as a launching pad. Thank you very much.
We will now break for tea. Photos. 15 minutes. It's the only program. 15 minutes. To get ready with her presentation, she's going to be presenting online. So colleagues, I'm just going to be moving things around so that we catch up with time. Is that okay? Colleagues, are we okay? Thank you. Technical team, if you could give me an indication, I've now moved the program around. In the interest of time, if you could give me an indication that our colleague that is going to be presenting online is ready. Can I get a thumbs up? Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Maybe before you do, let me just...
To fly my presentation, Chair, I've sent them my presentation.
Yes, whilst I get the technical team to do that, thank you so much. For joining us. Just want to highlight a few things about our presenter, that she is a practitioner of local economic development at both district and local municipal level, as well as the South African Local Government Association, known as SALGA, since 1999. That long, okay? I think important to note as well is that she serves in the reconstituted Building Inspector Task Team of the South African Council of for the Project and Construction Management Professions. If I don't get SACP-CMP right, the register might not want to see me in his office. And she has also published an opinion piece, New Law Should Speed Up Development. Over to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I would like your IT to assist me in terms of flying the presentation.
Technical team, if you could kindly assist to fly her presentation. I'm aware that you are in possession of her presentation. Give me an indication that we are good. Technical, are we good? In the interest of time, if you don't mind, whilst they are getting it ready, if you could start. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, Chair, the difference is that the presentation, I cannot say it by head, but what I can just speak on in
Sorry, one
relation
second.
to my...
If you don't mind to send it, they can share it for you.
Oh, okay, I don't know what happened.
Are you able to share on your side? You should have a button that allows you to share, that permits you to share.
No problem, Chair, I'm trying.
Thank you. Would you like us to assist to guide you on how to do it?
I think I'm trying, Chair. Are you able to see something now?
Yes, we can see. Thank you so much. You may go ahead.
To put it in a slideshow. Thank you, Chair. Chair, also, before I get into my presentation, can I do a little bit of corrections? I used to be an LED practitioner since 1999. Until I qualified to be a special planner, my academic qualifications can be traced from the University of Free State. I have acquired my honors in spatial planning. So that is the reason why I am invited in this session, especially in this subject matter, because I work within SALGA, within the unit of built environment and planning.
Noted. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to I don't want to be assisted, Chair, because I can control this from my side. So the mandate of SALGA, Chair, this serves to inform the audience that we are the voice of local government. And in this instance, we are working with a number of stakeholders, including the Agreement South Africa. So the mandate and the presentation that I am delivering, it is the presentation that is owned by the organization. I'm going to speak about two key important issues, Chair, that speaks to the mandate of municipalities. One of the reasons why I am saying that, it is because there are many research institutions, including academic institutions inside the room, that have conducted a lot of research in relation to the topic of today. But in relation to local government, compliance with building materials and the absence of clear building regulations present significant challenges in South Africa's construction industry. So, be that as it may, Chair, there is what was introduced by the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act in 2015, the wall-to-wall land use schemes. It is a comprehensive spatial planning tool that applies zoning regulations across the entire municipal jurisdiction, including urban, rural, and traditional areas. This is mandated by the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act of 2013, which requires all municipalities to develop and implement such schemes. But the challenge, Chair, is that some rural areas don't have local building inspectors, and associated building codes, leading to reliance on traditional or outdated construction methods. It's an area that Agreement South Africa, we would like them to pay attention to in relation to the fact that we are no longer now planning for a specific space in an urban area. The government of South Africa has introduced what is called wall-to-wall local government. It's not moving now. It's not moving, Chair.
The colleagues in the room are saying just press.
It's not moving the presentation. I don't know what's wrong. Okay. The use of non-compliant building materials, I have put it under reality check, Chair. The question that we should ask ourselves is that, is it the building that fails or the standards? Many builders, it's a fact, they do use cheap, low-quality materials due to cost constraints. The absence of rigorous inspections allows poor quality materials to enter the supply chain. The lack of standard regulations for alternative materials, e.g. mud, in areas under traditional leaders further complicates the compliance efforts. There is a problem in relation to the regulatory compliance. Municipalities need to ensure that new and innovative construction products meet national building codes, safety standards, and environmental regulations. The solution, Agreement South Africa must support municipalities by providing certification services that ensure the use of compliant construction materials and building system. We can all inside the room, Chair, attest to the fact that the building construction industry across the country, it has been under attack. Reference is made to the George building that was a point of reference to the agenda of the entire country. I'm sure it is one of the reasons why the regulatory compliance in relation to the construction building methods that we should pay attention to, because my view is that we have been focusing a lot to a building as a structure, but not to the methods that the contractors are using as a component of a building. For example, a municipality may be looking to incorporate alternative building systems into its development plans, such as the prefabricated homes or sustainable insulation materials. Agreement South Africa's certification is to ensure that these systems are safe and meet the necessary regulatory standards. We also need to look at developing the compliance exemptions for alternative materials, where locally available materials such as the bamboos and the earth bricks can be used under municipal approval. There is also what is called performance-based compliance versus the prescriptive standards. The prescriptive standards, they find expression in the South Africa's National Building Regulations and SANS 10400. They are very prescriptive, meaning that they only describe specific materials and methods rather than allowing for performance-based alternative. This limits the use of innovative and sustainable building techniques. The solution, Chair, is that municipalities, they can advocate for and implement performance-based building compliance where a structure, for example, must meet safety, durability, and environmental efficiency criteria, regardless of the material used. For example, instead of requiring cement bricks, allow compressed earth blocks if they meet the load bearing and the fire resistance standards. Municipalities need to work very closely with Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the National Home Builders Registration Council to test and approve alternative materials and techniques, and Agreement South Africa to certify the end product. The effective collaboration between Agreement South Africa and municipalities, we are saying, Chair, partnership agreements. It is something that I have been having a conversation with the CEO of Agreement South Africa, that for them to find expression in the spaces of local municipalities, there should be those partnership agreements where municipalities and Agreement South Africa can enter into formal collaboration agreements to establish frameworks for certification, for example, monitoring and implementation of innovative construction products. One of the reasons why I am putting emphasis on that, Chair, everyone in the House can attest to the fact that housing accreditation assignment is on the agenda of the country. It is a progressive incremental delegation of housing function from provincial departments to specific municipalities as per Section 10 of the Housing Act of 1997. It means that for those municipalities that will be awarded the housing accreditation status, it will be at the implementation of the housing programs across the 257 municipalities. So the issue of the construction, the certification of the construction methods and construction products that will be utilized when the majority of those municipalities will be awarded those statuses, it's an area that Agreement South Africa should be taken into serious consideration and start establishing those partnership agreements with municipalities. There's nothing on the ground in the space of municipalities that can make a common sense if there is no formal framework that is in place to regulate that specific activity. So we are advocating for the establishment of frameworks for certification by the local municipalities, as a certification or an action that is going to complement the work that Agreement South Africa is also doing. They are supposed to be on the pilot project where municipalities could partner with Agreement South Africa on pilot projects to test and demonstrate the effectiveness of certified materials and systems in a real-world setting, helping municipalities to gain confidence in new technologies. Most of the stakeholders that have been speaking before us, they have emphasized a lot on consumer awareness in terms of building the confidence of communities as well as of municipalities in the new technologies that are being developed. Also engaging stakeholders. Collaboration should involve a wide range of stakeholders, including local community leaders, developers, contractors, and environmental groups to ensure that certified technologies align with community needs and sustainability. That has been overemphasized by the stakeholders in the room. Regulation on construction materials by municipalities. The objective is to prevent the use of substandard, untested, or counterfeit materials in construction. We need to strengthen the municipal building inspection units within municipalities. We need to equip building inspectors with training and technology to test materials on site. We need to conduct regular inspections at construction sites to verify that only certified materials are used, including private projects. Municipalities, it's a fact, they play a critical role in ensuring that only tested, safe, and compliant construction materials are used in both formal and informal development. But a clear regulatory framework is needed to oversee the certification, the approval, and monitoring of these materials at the municipal level. Municipalities need to develop a database of certified materials accessible to contractors and developers, mandatory registration of construction materials by all suppliers before they can be used in municipal projects, enforce material labeling with SABS certification numbers to prevent the use of substandard materials, conduct periodic re-evaluation of approved materials to ensure continued compliance, monitoring and enforcement of material compliance. The objective is to this one is it's a duplication, I'm sorry. Quality control and market regulation. Agreement South Africa, maybe you should consider establishing material testing labs at the municipal level on the spot verification. Partner with law enforcement to crack down on counterfeit materials entering the market. Impose penalties and blacklisting on suppliers who distribute non-compliant materials. I am not sure whether the deputy minister is still in the house, because I want to believe that if, for example, Agreement South Africa can at least try to expand some of the offices into specific provinces where some of the building incidences have dominated, at least partnering with the building inspectors of the municipalities in provinces, it may make a difference in terms of ensuring that all the suppliers who distribute the non-compliant materials are being taken into account, and also enhancing the role of the building inspectors within the municipality. It should not be only assigned or aligned to the inspection of buildings and giving out of occupation certificate. There's a lot that needs that should be aligned to the work of the building inspectors. Then the implementation and policy enforcement, integration into municipal building bylaws that require proof of certification before granting building plan approvals. Mandate the use of tested materials in municipal funded housing and infrastructure project. At least there's supposed to be an introduction of incentives, e.g. the tax breaks and subsidies for developers who use eco-friendly certified materials. In terms of implementation and policy enforcement, we are saying a municipal-driven material regulation framework will ensure that structural safety, sustainability, and fair market competition is being implemented across the 257 municipalities. Currently, we are of the view that Agreement South Africa is working alone, and municipalities, they do not have regulatory systems in place in terms of policies to ensure that those structural safety and sustainability and material regulation of the construction products is also taking place within the municipal space, and until it finds expression in the municipal bylaws in terms of regulating what is expected from all the suppliers, including the contractors that will be performing the housing work within the space of local government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And I think just to highlight two critical things that you spoke to that aligns with our theme for today, which is building stronger partnership for sustainable innovation, is the fact that you're saying municipality must have an agreement. We must have partnership with the municipalities agreement SA to make sure that we are driving and making sure that our certificate holders gets preference in terms of opportunities. So thank you for that. And there's an important factor to note that was meant for the DM regarding the expansion of Agreement SA offices just beyond Gauteng. Thank you very much for that. Can we please give a round of applause? Now to move to the next, I'm just trying to see if Dr. Coralie van Runen is here in the room. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Whilst we get your presentation ready, let me just introduce you. Just a few things. Your bio is really long. So I'll highlight, what do you expect as a doctor? I'll just highlight a few things that I think the colleagues need to know for today's purpose. Dr. Van Reenen is a professional architect and research group leader of the Infrastructure Innovation Research Group here at CSIR, where we are having this forum engagement today. Her research in the built environment and emphasis in indoor environment quality and sustainable building practices with a focus on driving digital transformation on the built environment. Her niche interest is in the field of architectural acoustic, which was the topic for her master's and doctoral degrees in 2015 and 2020, respectively. I don't want to continue. There's so many other things I could say about you, but in the interest of time, if I could allow you to ascend the stage and give us your presentation on future trends in the construction and infrastructure development. Over to you, Dr. Reenen. Thank you. Colleagues, if I could just request that if you have questions, colleagues also on the virtual platform, that you note them. I will take them at the end of the segment before we break for lunch. So please note them. If I could ask colleagues to please keep them brief. If you have comments, please keep your comments brief so that we can catch up with the time. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you today about future trends in construction and infrastructure. There is a lot. I'm not going to say a lot. I want you to view this as the beginning and the opening of a conversation. So what I'm going to be looking at is just highlighting a few trends so that we can start the conversation. I'd like to acknowledge before I start, you will pick up, many of the images in my slides are generated by AI, trying to stick with the futuristic trends. Now, I was a little bit discouraged at first, and then I thought, no, actually this is good, because almost everything that I want to say today has already been mentioned in the other talks this morning. So that actually confirms that what we are picking up in the research environment as trends really are trends on the ground. Okay, now. Aha. There we go. The famous architect Norman Foster is quoted to say that as an architect or an engineer or government department or any other kind of designer, we are tasked with designing for the present with an awareness of the past, that's our context, for a future that's essentially unknown. So what should we be looking out for as we head into the unknown? What can we pick up on that's emerging now and we predict is going to continue and shape the future so that we can respond and work with that for a successful future? We know that in South Africa, hold on, I just need to make sure that there we go. There's a dire need for infrastructure. We need houses, we need schools, we need clinics, we need roads. We also have a dire need for employment. The construction sector sits well positioned to meet both of these needs. So we are important in shaping the future of South Africa. We play a critical role, and this was made clear in the recent State of the Nation address, where the President mentioned a planned 940 billion rand for infrastructure over the next 3 years. That's a lot, but not enough. He also mentioned the concept of housing development closer to urban centres, reclaiming hijacked buildings for public use. And he mentioned a plan for 300,000 service stands in well-planned communities. And that's the key word, the good planning. To ensure that these ambitious plans are met, we need to make sure that they are future-proofed. It's crucial to consider the emerging trends and innovations that will shape our world in the coming years. By integrating cutting-edge technologies and forward-thinking strategies, we can create infrastructure that's not only robust and efficient, but also adaptable to the evolving needs of our society. This forward-looking approach will enable us to build communities that are resilient, sustainable, and capable of thriving in an ever-changing environment. I'm going to highlight 3 key trends. The first is sustainability. And I know that a lot of you are probably thinking that's nothing new. No, it's not, but it is a trend that is continuing. We've been talking about sustainability for many years, and it's no more important or less important now than it ever was. As we witness the growing impact of climate change, it's imperative that construction and infrastructure projects prioritize environmentally friendly practices, not only to mitigate the impacts of climate change, but also to build resilience. Green buildings, energy-efficient designs, and sustainable materials are no longer optional, they are essential. So why do we really need green buildings? What is it really? Are we greenwashing? Isn't this all just a bit old? Well, just to play around with some numbers and give a little bit of perspective, we know that greenhouse gas emissions are causing global warming. We know that, the construction sector is responsible for a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. If we were to today change all buildings in the world to be green buildings, in other words, low carbon emitting buildings, we could save 34% of carbon emissions annually. That's 3.4 gigatons, which is just a big number. We can try and understand that number as 7 million trips from here to London in a full Boeing 777. There's a lot of emissions that come from the building sector, and we actually have it in our power to change that and reduce the effects of climate change. This thing's a bit sticky. Okay, there we go. Now I've moved on too much. Okay. The trends in South Africa show that there is an uptick in green building certifications. So even though green buildings seem like a little bit of old news, they are becoming more common, so there is a change. We are seeing change, and we need to continue promoting that change to see an effect on the ground. Apart from the number of certified buildings through the GBCSA, which is just a very nice way of seeing how many green buildings there are also non-certified green buildings. But apart from this, we're seeing a number of government departments and other institutions making an effort to incorporate green buildings and sustainability into their in-house practices. For example, the Development Bank of South Africa has a green building framework to help them evaluate the greenness of potential projects that they seek to fund. The DTIC has developed norms and standards for sustainable industrial parks. So how do we make our industries more green in terms of infrastructure? The DPWI is looking at bespoke sustainable building rating tools. So this thing of green buildings is creeping into a lot of our government departments, which is very encouraging to see that there is this change happening, and let's keep it happening. These are all indicators that there's a real shift in the market. Two trends that, within this trend of sustainability, that are really picking up recently is that of the focus on embodied carbon in materials, and it's been mentioned previously this morning. We've done energy efficiency. I think we're getting that right. and that's the operational component of the carbon in buildings. But the carbon that sits in the materials of the building needs to now draw attention so that we can reduce the embodied carbon in materials. And the other trend is that of social sustainability, inclusivity, and socioeconomic benefit. So it's no longer just about the building, but the things that happen around the building and the communities around the building. So these are things that need to start shaping the way we think and design and plan. Even the name of green buildings and the words we use in industry is changing and showing a trend. We started off talking about green buildings and then sustainability, and then there was circular economy, and now the latest thing is regenerative design. But it's all essentially looking at how can we lower the impact of our buildings on the environment. Now, an example of where government is putting their money where their mouth is and not just talking about green. These are two projects, both actually in the Eastern Cape, both initiatives of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. The first is the Kofumvaba Science Centre, which was designed to be net zero water, net zero carbon, and low waste, passively designed educational infrastructure. The second is the Ndlambe Ecosun Green Village, which is associated with some 10 BNG houses and a multi-purpose centre that is also off-grid and incorporates sanitation systems that recycle grey water. Then the next trend that I want to talk about is smart cities. This is also nothing too new. I think it was in 2019 when the President first mentioned smart cities in his State of the Nation address. And since then, we've been looking at what is a smart city. The CSR has been doing a bit of research. Other entities have looked at this. But this is definitely something that's coming if it isn't here already, and it is. So we need to understand how to work with this in our designs. Smart cities are not, or the concept of smart cities is not limited to urban environments, but we're doing a lot of work to understand what is a smart village and how do we bring this into the rural areas and what is the benefit of smart villages. Essentially, it's looking at resource management through digital devices and data management to enhance the quality of life and ensure that services are delivered efficiently and effectively. City of Joburg, City of Cape Town have already begun on some of this kind of work, but apart from the metro scale initiatives, there are also smaller municipalities like Cape Agulhas Municipality that have implemented strategies to digitally monitor and manage municipal functions such as water, connectivity and safety. So as we go forward, we need to consider how to engage with this trend by leveraging technologies such as Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and big data. We can create intelligent infrastructure that adapts to the needs of our communities and our building users. From smart grids and intelligent transport systems to connected buildings and digital security, the opportunities are endless. Smart cities or smart villages are broadly defined by an element of connectivity. But in South Africa, we need to make sure that we add to connectivity inclusivity. That a smart city is not an estate that has free Wi-Fi and is off-grid, but that we can actually bring the benefits of connectivity to all people in the country. It's coming. There we go. Apart from smart villages and smart cities, what are smart buildings? So these are buildings that are designed to incorporate digital monitoring, not only in their design phase, but in the operational phase. And that is key. And that is another sub-trend that's coming out, is how do we operate our buildings? The use of building information modeling and management is being promoted in the private and public sector, largely thanks to the work of the BIM community. The uptake of BIM is supported by the recent adoption of ISO 19650 as a South African national standard to start implementing this in our context. The advantages of BIM go beyond what the construction industry typically thinks of in terms of design, construction, and planning, with significant potential to impact the operational phase of buildings. We can again look to examples where government departments are leading with research, establishing the benefit and use cases of digital twins, again, such as the Kofumbaba Science Center, where we are monitoring the water use, the energy use, as well as all the indoor environment factors to monitor the performance of the building. And then lastly, if I can get my slides to move on, not too far. There we go. The last trend, which has also been mentioned this morning, is that of investment. PPPs are also nothing new, but the implementation of them is growing and it's becoming a significant way to help fund public infrastructure. The other one is green finance. And there's a strong connection here between sustainability, innovation, and funding. To ensure that there's a proper return on investment, we need to understand the innovation that we're using and make sure that it's implemented well. But if we do that, we can access climate finance, which is either grant funding or it's funding with preferential interest rates. And it's all blended finance. So that's a new thing that's coming up, and we need to understand how to work with that in private and public sector. So where to from here? What do these trends mean to us? How do we move forward into an unknown future, but with a knowledge of these current trends? Firstly, we need to embrace a culture of innovation and learning. Again, this has been mentioned this morning, but we can no longer be idle and content with business as usual and leave the sustainability or the smart buildings to the fringes, to those who are willing to experiment. We need to get moving on this. We need to overcome the inertia because change is going to be hard. We don't like change, but this is what we need to do to move forward. Then to establish evidence and knowledge. We need to develop evidence. We need to measure, evaluate, and test, because unfounded claims, greenwashing, fads, and outdated data don't make a good foundation for a stable future. So we need to invest in the research and in developing good guidelines on how to do this. And lastly, we need to partner, and that is the theme of today's event, partnerships. We can't do this alone. We can't do this if we are competing with each other or if we're all pulling in different directions. We need to work together to make these trends work for us for a better South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. van Rooyen, for propelling us to be forward-thinking in our strategies in terms of building resilient building that can withstand the climate change weather. The trends in terms of the green building, which I think it's critical, that social and sustainability that deals with inclusivity, which really is in line with what the DM spoke about earlier on, about community engagement, that we cannot leave them out of this process. They need to be included in this process. And of course, the importance of investment in terms of research and development. And of course, not leaving out the reason why we are here today is partnership and partnership collaboration, which is quite critical. Thank you so much. Can we give another round of applause? Thank you. Earlier on, I skipped an item, colleagues, which is collaborative approaches to policy and compliance for facilitating innovation. And that is going to be taken by Mr. Tobilem Tolo, right? Assistant Director, Project Management, who's responsible for innovative and sustainable building technologies. Has been with Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlement since 2012. Mr. Mtolo has led the development and signing of MOU with Agreement SA. Can we give him a round of applause just for that? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. The wrong presentation, it's flagged. So long you are looking for the latest one. Submitted. This is not the one. Can you check the one, the other one, not this one, please? Good afternoon, colleagues, Program Director. Let me first apologize. This was supposed to be Ms. Siwisa, but due to competing priorities within the department, she had to be deployed somewhere. This one? Yeah, okay. Apologies about that. I'm sure our guys at the back showed this one. I can see it, though you can't see it there. I am with Ms. Jack, our engineer from the department. We are from Eastern Cape, the Department of Human Settlements. Program Director, we are pleased to be here. I heard it very well that we must learn, unlearn, and learn. So I am thinking that as Eastern Cape, we have traveled such, let me say, experiences. But at the same time, we are equally willing to learn and unlearn so that we can learn, because the change is not as easy as everyone would anticipate. In our presentation, we will focus, as the table outlined, the table of content. We will focus on, let me say, 3 areas. The first area will deal much on issues of how have we traveled with the implementation of ISPT in the province. And then the first area will deal with the policy that we have developed, because even today we are being asked that we should arrive to a stage where we will develop some legislative framework that will guide the implementation. And then the third area will focus on the memorandum of understanding that we have developed with Agreement South Africa. I am summarizing it, colleagues. Once again, this is the vision and the mandate of the department. We don't want to leave the stage without showing it so that everyone can see. I think we are all having this challenge of the technology, but I will try. I suspected that it was on the presenter from visual, but it looks like we are all having the same problem. Colleagues, here you will all know that the South African history, as we have started since democracy, the Department of Human Settlements has always having some challenges on issues of backlog, because from now and again we are approving a number of beneficiaries from different areas of different municipalities. So that has led our policy species to rethink and consider utilization of non-conventional methods, so that these non-conventional methods can assist in capping the backlog within the province rather than the whole country. Through building stronger partnership for sustainable innovation, we as Eastern Cape, we are also subscribing to the definition brought forward by Agre South Africa. You will see it in the Act number 11 of 2015, as it was mentioned, that non-standardized building or construction components utilizes building systems, methods, material elements or components which are not fully covered in the existing standards and specification or practice and are not described in the deemed to satisfy rules of the national building regulations. I've got my learned friend from NHBRC. He articulated that one very well, more than I can. But colleagues, it will be unfair for us not to mention that we've also experienced some challenges through implementation of ISBT. As a result, the department took a sober decision to say, come 2024-25 financial year, we will develop a policy that will guide implementation of ISBT. This was first commissioned to NHBRC that they should assist with the policy implementation. Of course, NHBRC did it, and then we had to cascade a policy that will speak to the dynamics of the province as Eastern Cape. So the policy that we have developed, it's due to be signed before the end of the financial year. And these are the objectives of the policy. One, we want to provide clear guidelines for the utilization of ISBT in the implementation of human settlements within Eastern Cape. We also want to ensure alignment, because you'll know that the grants that we are receiving are guided by DORA. So we want to ensure alignment so that all of our projects that we are implementing, at least we arrive to a stage where we'll say 2% of HSDG budget allocation is utilized on ISBT. And in the same time, we want to promote consumer education and awareness of ISBT among human settlement stakeholders. I believe today it's attesting to this objective. We also want to ensure utilization of the improved quality of ISBT products for housing development projects in the Eastern Cape. We have learned that we cannot fully implement ISBT without having implementation guidelines within the policy. So our implementation guidelines are informed of the PM book. We have recently approved a project management manual, Prof. This project management manual speaks directly to the project life cycle of Eastern Cape projects. So part of what we want to do is to say, first at initiation stage, we will be busy with pre-planning, conceptualization and planning stages. The focus is for all of our projects to adhere to project application processes. So all municipalities in the Eastern Cape should prioritize implementation of ISBT. It's not only the department, because some projects are implemented by municipalities in a form of implementing agent. So this should be the Bible to all municipalities. And then the department should ensure that there is budget reserved for the implementation of ISBT project. Part of ensuring is for us to tap in that 2% of HSDG allocation, also and other grants, because we have other grants like your ISUPG. Where the ISBT will be used, all state readiness requirements should be conducted before commencement of the ISBT project. ISBT contractors will know that for a project to commence, there are requirements that needs to be done. For instance, your geotech investigation, they should be done. I'm sure NHBRC is happy about this. The department should facilitate social facilitation of ISBT projects to the qualifying beneficiaries prior planning and implementation of ISBT. Social acceptance, social facilitation, it looks like is the dominating word in this auditorium. We cannot arrive to a stage where we'll say we have fully implemented, yet our beneficiaries are nowhere in acceptance of these technologies. We don't force them. We want them to accept so that they can, at a later stage, take the responsibility of maintaining their properties. On procurement of ISBT service providers, the following accreditation are required. 1, valid Agreement South Africa certificate. I'm sure Agrima would smile on this one. Because we are trying to build this stronger partnership for sustainable innovation. At the same time, we know that there are ISBT contractors who do not have this valid Agreement South Africa certificate. They will come with their licensee. We have experience in some of our projects with the issue of licensee. We want Agrima to assist us on that part because now we are building this stronger partnership. At the same time, we are saying there should be a valid NHBRC certificate. At no stage, we will promote a contractor only because it's ISBT, only to find that they are not complying with NHBRC. There are other requirements that are common, which we will not dwell much on them here. And then on stage 2 and stage 3, we thought let's just put them like this so that we don't take long, Chairperson. The ISBT project should be included in the departmental business plan. What we have noticed is that we tend not to put these projects in the business plan and only to find we cannot implement them. But for them to be in the business plan, the state of readiness should be concluded. So all contractors that have projects are also having a responsibility to ensure that the state of readiness is finalized so that their projects can appear in the business plans. The ISBT project's design shall adhere to the appropriate subsidy quantum as advised by the National Minister of Human Settlements. The ISBT project must be designed in accordance with the Quality Control Manual as certified by the Agreement South Africa. The ISBT projects should be enrolled with the NHBRC, while on stage 3, when we are now executing our project, we are saying the appointed service provider should construct an ISBT demonstration. A demonstration house is necessary, sir, because we want to see that our beneficiaries are not only accepting let me say, a theory. They should accept that which they can see and they know how to build it from scratch, because in the policy we are detailed to an extent that there should be a training. We want the skills to be transferred from the ISBT contractor to the beneficiaries and even EPWP participants that are working in that project, because tomorrow the contractor will no longer be on site, and you want to maintain this house, you are unable to do so, or be it to extend. The appointed ISBT service provider should empower local stakeholders on how to utilize and maintain the ISBT products to ensure sustainability once the house has been built. We are on stage 3 on stage 4 and stage 5. We know that this whole implementation of these projects will require close monitoring. The close monitoring we are talking about is Of course, we do have the one that we all know, but building stronger partnership for sustainable innovations require also Agrima SA to be visible in these projects, so that at a later stage we don't disagree and be angry to each other, contractor department, to say, no, you have not complied to the certificate. Part of what we have mentioned in the policy is the joint technical site visit that will be random. I am hopeful that this we will do, and whenever we request, or be it Agrima request, we will be in the position to do these joint technical site visits. And then on closure at stage 5 in the implementation procedure, the appointed ISPT service provider must compile project closeout report. What we have learned is that, Prof, these ISPT contractors, they tend to surrender projects because they know once you have surrendered, they will then be automatically terminated. And then we do not have a closeout there. So we are now enforcing through this policy that this ISPT contractor must be in a position to do those closeout. And then moving to roles and responsibilities. We have a substantial number of government departments that have got roles to play. We have also entities like your Agreement South Africa. In the policy, we are detailed on functions that we are requiring from Agreement South Africa, so as NHBRC, Green Building Council, professional bodies like your EXA, your SACP MP, and so forth. Apologies if I pronounced it incorrectly. And then we have also, because we thought we cannot highlight mostly program director, the departments without finger pointing the beneficiaries. Our true existence is beneficiaries. So we want them to have a role, and the municipalities, because a stronger partnership without municipalities is not equal. So because you find beneficiaries at the local government level. On our side, the MOU with Agrima, we have recently signed an MOU. It started when we came to Eric Molobi with consultations for ISPT police. And then we saw a need that we cannot let it go without starting processes to develop this MOU. Part of what we are saying in the MOU, there are 5 strategic areas that will be married on. I so wish that the DM was here on this part, because you go to an Indaba, then what? Then as Eastern Cape, we are saying part of the strategic areas that we will be doing with Agrima, it's ISPT database. We want to access the database because the contractors register to Agrima. Of course, in the commissioning by the Minister of Human Settlements, we were entrusting NHBRC to also establish a database of ISPT contractors. I tell you what, today, when we went to Indaba in PE, Nelson Mandela, for human settlements, we noticed that out of that total number of ISPT contractors, very few program directors, they are still in existence. So Agrima has got the database credible, which we want to tap on it. Because these contractors, we don't know them, yet we want their services. And then we are aware that there is research and development already done on ISPTs. That research, we want to have sessions where we will share recommendations, findings and recommendations. We will, from now and again, build this stronger relationship, partnership, so that we can harness on the findings that our researchers have done. We also want to arrive to a stage where, before we even start a project, a proper training is done, not only to beneficiaries and people who are going to work in that particular project, but also to the entire technical project management team. Because the suggestion of a module here, some of us who did building and civil engineering, we heard very little about the Agre South Africa. Very little, or let me say, about non-standardized building methods. So we want to do trainings on that note. And then the social facilitation as a fourth strategic area. We want to continue to do social acceptance, social facilitation, so that in Eastern Cape Program Director, we are very committed in roadshows, because roadshows assist us. And then this is an overview of projects that we have implemented. Without dwelling much on them, part of these projects, some of them we have closed. I can mention in Umtata, we have closed the project of Ngangelizwe, 200. For everyone should know that this project was done by Hadraform. I'm not advertising them. And then in conclusion, we are also faced with challenges. So these challenges are challenges that we think through this partnership we'll be able to address them. Building stronger partnership for sustainable innovation require continuous engagement and collaboration with all stakeholders. Let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mtola. We commend you for the work that you're doing, particularly with regards to the partnership with Agreement SA. The fact that you are endorsing our certificate holders, and it's something that we wish it could be, that all the Department of Human Settlement could use across the different provinces. But nonetheless, thank you so much. We really appreciate you and we want to applaud you for that partnership. Can we give him a round of applause? Colleagues, for this segment, I have 2 agenda items, and I want to find out from you, colleagues. Should we continue or should we take a lunch break? Perfect. Love it. Okay. Now, to take us through the next item, it's Professor Mbanga from Nelson Mandela University. He's going to be talking to us about embracing the future, how university can adapt and innovate in response to technological advancement in construction. Just 2 things that I want to make mention of. Prof is that he's a full professor and chair for human settlement based in the Department of Building and Human Settlement Development School of Built Environment and Civil Engineering. I think we are in capable hands, colleagues. Over to you, Prof. Sorry, Prof, I just want to mention that you're not doing a research paper. Yes. I'm allocating you 15 minutes.
I understand that language.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for that understanding, memorandum of understanding. Yes. To the Deputy Minister of Public Infrastructure, he is still there in spirit. He was there this morning. We're still with him, I believe. And also the board chairman the agreements, CEO, the DG of Public Infrastructure, Member of Parliament who might have joined, might still around at this point in time, and colleagues in the industry, both professional bodies and also research and science councils, and those who are actually in the actual business of delivering infrastructure in the South African landscape. I will do what I did in another platform. For some reasons, they were not very happy, but it was a serious platform in Parliament. So I will sponsor 10 minutes and perhaps, and you can play around the other one. I was asked from Mandela University, I was asked to speak around what universities perhaps should do or are doing in this space that we're in. The presentation is more elaborate, and I won't be speaking to the presentation as a whole. But what I've sought to do was to embed my response on that question or request from Agre SA. I heard today that it's a best kept secret. Yeah, I noted that. We are here for that purpose, exactly. The best kept secret. How do we move with it forward? Mandela University, as we all know, it is just about the university. We embrace as this university that is seeking to lead research, knowledge production for futures that are sustainable. So we embrace innovation. It is in our strategic enablers. You might just note on the slide, innovation and environmental stewardship is what we believe in as a university. But we situate within that also the importance of social and economic justice. A point has been raised also by the DM earlier and other speakers around the importance of inclusion. I won't go to that. Those are our research themes. If you want to know who we are and what do we exist for insofar as research, this is who we are as a university. But important to note down there in the bottom, we do what we do as a university through transdisciplinarity and partnership, collaboration. We adopted an open innovation system as a university. We are not standing there wherever we are. We look on issues within the organization, but we also listen to stakeholders outside. We consider them as part of us and in the co-production of knowledge, which is our core business as a university. So that's where we are. I won't go, we know the SDGs. We are reviewing them currently at global level, and we might add one or more, I think, post-2030. We also know the 2063 agenda. But something I want to highlight is aspiration 1 and 6 on the agenda. It has been spoken to throughout today. One, the issue of inclusive growth and development is key, but underscore inclusive. But then around inclusive, on aspiration 6, we talk about people-driven. Who are we including? I think we need to be practical or more pragmatic in dealing with these issues. Inclusion, I heard colleagues speaking about community engagement. Ayiphelelanga lapho. It's not about community engagement. It's not about facilitating participation. It's about the direct involvement of the people in the process of infrastructure development. It definitely includes them being active and meaningful participants. It therefore is about even shifting the patterns of ownership in the production line. It is not attending a meeting. As a university, when we talk about inclusion, we talk about it in that sense. It's about how ownership patterns are shifting in the space of STI. We have to engage that. That's one message that I think today I thought I will. I was asked to talk on the last bullet, but then I want just to pass through within the remaining 6 minutes on the other 2 bullets, because the issue we are faced with, I will not go to the challenges. Yes. And I want to be going through the global development challenges they have been spoken to. We understand the issue of poverty and inequality in a global scale. We understand the issue of climate change. We understand the issues of wars and conflict, which are about contestation over resources. They are about fighting around resources and minerals. We follow the conflicts across the globe. Now they've got a foundation. We understand that. And the challenges that those are bringing to the whole world are something that we're looking at. Climate change. I just want to underscore the issue of climate change. DM spoke about it. The UN Habitat has been producing reports. We know these reports. Disasters are here. Climate is not about to change. It has changed and is constantly changing. If we experience drought in the National Bay and Batman for 7 years, that cycle is still going to come back. That's what we are faced with. Flooding is what we'll be seeing every year, but it is shifting from one point to another in the South African landscape, depending on the movement of the issues in the ozone layer. So it is something that we are going to live with, like we're talking about normalizing COVID-19. These are issues that confront cities, us as individuals, communities as well. These are what will be happening. We will be moving from one disaster to the second level of disasters, which will be common in certain spaces, to the third level of disasters. What then that this means? It means we have to do something about that which we know. It's not something that we're going to pray about. We can pray, of course, it's important to pray. We'll always pray, but disasters and floods are going to hit us still. We have to be planned and adapt. Adaptations about that, something that you know that's going to come, it's going to come, of course. We're going to pray, yes, we must pray, but disasters need our own responses also across the scale. I won't be going to all some of these areas. I just want to also just to talk on the issue of inclusion. I think that's the second element I wanted to put through, moving beyond those global trends. We accept that technology is important. I think is critical to solve certain problems and challenges. We accept that, and R&D has been spoken to also by the DM earlier, and its relevance and importance in addressing the challenges that we face as society. And that technology is a key driver of aggregate economic growth. We understand that, we accept that. But the issue I wanted us to draw attention to about also the technology, it has got a potential of excluding other people and other segments of society. And I think Agrima SA and stakeholders, as we enter into those MOUs, in our agenda to mainstream or ensure that there is maximum adoption of innovation and technology in the construction sector and the broader built environment, we will require to pay particular attention on the measures and indicators of inclusion that I want to put forward. We'll have to define those quite clearly with CSIR, DSI, Agrima SA, NAPRC, and other bodies. It cannot happen by chance that some people will be hit positively by the embracing technology. The colleague Umdolo made the point that some SMEs started and they are no longer there where they are. But the next question from Director, do we know in the landscape who is engaged on which form of technology and innovation? The database of contractors is important, but what might be important also is for us to start to map the developments underway which are embracing different forms of technologies. Because after that, with HSRC, we will still need now to do further mapping of that by demographics of South Africa as we understand them. Because we want to track other socio-economic indicators in the meaningful participation of people in South Africa. Because if we don't do that, we are likely to see the increasing racial inequalities by wealth inequalities by race, as it has happened in our own context in South Africa. I will just pass that as well, because that's a point I wanted to make. But secondly, just to note that another issue which across the globe is being looked at as a discourse or a trend is what is the societal impact of STI. Is something that we need to track. I was conversing with a colleague during tea time who is working on EIAs. We know that it's not only about environmental impact that is important. Social impact is equally important. In the pre-planning of infrastructure projects, we need to determine the indicators for social and economic impact. It cannot be done only at the level of policy at DG when the DPME has called a national treasury for such measures. It must be tracked within the system of infrastructure development itself as to whether social impact and economic impact has been determined, and there are measures and perhaps even targets around that. So there is a need to ensure broad inclusion of diverse actors in science and innovation in South Africa. I think as partners, as we move forward, we need to track that. And we also need to redefine the role of communities and what interventions are required. We spoke about Agenda 2063 and the fact that that agenda is very clear about women participation, meaningful participation in development and youth in particular in this country, so that we don't marginalize them further by embracing innovations and technologies. We need to ensure that they are part of the mainstream. I will be moving very speedily. I will skip the other slides around the weaknesses of NSI, National System of Innovations in Developing Countries, because that is in the paper I'll be publishing shortly. I've sought to look first, I think over the past year or two, on the National System of Innovations there. Then so that we can locate ourselves as different role players in South Africa as to where do we fit in what is happening, but this includes South Africa as well. I won't go to that at this point in time, but I can also mention that there is a new movement globally of what we call transformative innovation policy, TIP. I guess many of us at the national level might have been able to interact with that process. TIP is about some of the issues I've just mentioned, the transformative power of science and technology, both for economy growth and national development. But TIP, therefore, looks on the relationship between science, technology, innovations, and also economic development priorities and benefits. And the benefits must be targeted. And I spoke about women and youth, SMMEs. I once worked for public works, rather than infrastructure before, joining academia and human settlements later. And we need to track those clearly, those benefits, and where possible, allocate to specific individuals by racial groups and also spatial location. The involvement of Limpopo in the process, in the national system of innovation, we should be able to track that down within the system. I think TIP talks about us looking into those number of measures. I won't go to all of those, and I think for the benefit of the meeting, I may also mention that the countries have therefore embraced the TIP as a framework, a broader framework that informs them at national government level how they move with embracing innovations and technologies, but fitting into economic development of the nations, but at the same time leaving no one behind. As such, we have noted, I think, that we work with other universities across the globe. I work with Europe, Nordic region on research on technologies. We work with them even in the Ndlambe Ikosan with Abo Korali, University of Potsdam, and the German government of research and education, who have also invested the infrastructure. It is done in practice. Partnerships must be place-based. As this Department of Building and Human Settlements at the university, we are for partnerships from director that are place-based. We'll move from this hall to the space where action must happen. Public Works said that we're a construction site. It has to happen in a clear space. Thus, we engage those spaces through applied research. We create living laboratories for our masters and doctoral students to engage. We produce doctoral graduates within innovation research, which is place-based, I think, as a school at Mandela University. Europe is going for responsive research and innovation. US is South Africa is an inclusive innovation system, I think, as a philosophy, and we have noted that the US, in terms of their research grants, they talk about broader impact criteria, that a joint grant application I will be making with the University of Maryland in the US must meet the criteria, because we're also tapping on resources for research which are outside South Africa, beyond NRF, beyond the CITAs and other agencies. I will therefore conclude at this point by 2 slides. Honorable Program Director. One slide I'm going to be talking to. I want to close this supporting device. The built environment outcome is not a building. That's the first slide. If we are seeking to realize wider impacts and broader development outcomes, we will have to understand that we're dealing with a community. That must be sustainable. It is not a BNG house, 40 square meter, or any other. It is a combination of infrastructure and other resources. We teach this in class in our school. It is a we have to track innovation in the deployment of resources to attain those infrastructure components. Professionals, all of them, 14 in the human settlement space, contribute to a building of a single 40 square meter house. So their inputs and including their thinking about IBT must be found in those spaces. That's the first slide. That outcome is what we are seeking as a nation. I will skip everything else around green building to the last slide. The last slide, yeah. The last slide is what I was asked to do, by the way. 2 minutes, CEO, yes. A university, we are a public university based in the Eastern Cape, a national public higher education institution. All universities in South Africa and across the globe fulfill 3 commissions: teaching and learning. That's where you need to embed your sustainability thinking through your curricular development. I think colleagues were saying here, during their time in engineering or in building science, they never hear about that. We picked that up as universities, and Mandela University in particular. We are reviewing curriculum in certain programs to release certain modules which were important then and create space for new modules within the threshold of SAQA to provide for that. That's one area we do. So that those who pass the system to the industry are already prepared. And all universities in South Africa should be aiming in that direction. Professor Maharshi, I do know, UJ is doing that. That does not include that. It includes the area of the short learning programs, which we offer as a university and the department. We need to respond to the industry needs. Not everyone will go through the formal academic programs. We are allowed as universities to provide short-learning programs we do offer. We must curriculate short-learning programs that are targeting those who are already in the industry for them to gain knowledge they're going to apply on the ground. That's one. I leave that mission. The second one is research and innovation. I'm coming to money from that, I'm telling you. It's going to money. Your master's and PhD students, we should be influencing the research topics they pursue towards the directions, the futures that Dr. Van Ryn was presenting before us. They need to find answers for the unknown futures. They need to track what is happening currently as in applied research. NRF should be funding, your next partner, should be funding scholarships that will ensure that students pursue research. I said the same with CSIR and NEPRC. We don't have a luxury of money for people to do things that are nice to do. We've got concrete challenges on the ground, climate change to respond to. The little money that we have in terms of scholarship from NRF and the CITAs should be supporting this direction we're taking. I will leave that one as a funding partnerships around research and innovation. And the last one I've already spoken to, which is community engagement and the importance of ensuring that the training programs don't only look on steering committees of projects, but they also look on communities. And where there are gaps, as we saw in the municipality, where we needed to train unemployed youth with Boston University on how to maintain and to operate technologies. We had to build money with CSIR to do that training because communities are left with infrastructure they can manage, and there's no one with a skill at the community level to take that forward. We need to invest also in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think it is evident that in our next forum, we'll allocate more time for you. I don't think we did justice because you were rushing through and very pertinent issues that you were addressing that we needed to hear. But thank you very much. My takeout is that community engagement must just move from just being community engagement, but must deal with the issues of inclusion as well as ownership. And women must be included, and youth must also play a part in that community engagement priority. And you've also mentioned that in terms of climate change, we need to find a way to navigate around it because it's here to stay. You know, I don't want to say that you did say that no matter how much we pray, it's not going to go away, but it's time for us to pivot. So I pass. Okay, our last speaker for this segment, it is none other than a very well-known individual. But before you prepare to come, Mr. Matutli, I want to say that Prof said something fundamental about the quality of learners or students that we create, that we absorb in the built environment or within the built environment. And I know that SAC PCMP accredit universities for these programs, construction and project management. And I just want to highlight the work that you do in terms of getting involved to make sure that we absorb quality learners that we can absorb in the industry. I want to commend you for that before you come on stage. I know today you are coming to speak about building a green future, the path to sustainable development through professional competencies. Just to mention something I didn't know, that you've worked for the Department of Public Works as a DDG, and that you're currently the registrar at SAC PCMP. Over to you. Thank you. I have allocated 15 minutes for you. I know that you don't have a research paper to take us through, so please do the right thing. You are standing between us and lunch. Thank you.
My word, what a position to be in, but let me keep the time. Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Petla. I also want to acknowledge the Deputy Minister in absentia, honorable members of Parliament, also here MEC in absentia. I need to acknowledge the people, definitely. The Chairperson of Agreement South Africa, Dr. Bongani Mabizela, I want to acknowledge you, sir, as well there, and members of the Board of Agreement South Africa. I want to also greet the DG of the Department of Public Works, Mr. Sfiso Mdakani, and also the CEO, Mr. Somanje. Thank you very much that we're here today, and I mean, other CEOs of entities here, and registrars present. Academics, experts and scientists, I also want to greet you here, colleagues from Public Works and other departments, and entities, ladies and gentlemen. And with me here are Madam Cindy Kanaite, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Department of Public Works, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the SACP CMP. And I also have Madam Natasha van der Berg, who is the Head of Communications and Stakeholder Relations. May you both stand up, please, quickly. I also want to confess that they normally go with me so that they deal with difficult questions. So if for something difficult, I delegate it to them. I deal with, simpler, easier things. Those of you, I'm skipping some parts now of my speech. Those of you who do not know who we are, I just want to ask you, where have you been? Jokes aside, the SACP-CMP was established by an Act of Parliament to regulate and promote specific built environment professions. We have 13 mandates that underpin and support our objectives of ensuring suitably qualified and registered professionals in South Africa and the protection of the public. These are very key issues that we definitely regulate for. And on behalf of the SACP-CMP, I would like to thank you for having me here today, Agreement South Africa. Thank you very much. As a statutory council and regulatory authority in the built environment, it's important that we maintain interaction with our stakeholders, especially Agreement South Africa, because in the end, the importance of moving towards a sustainable future in construction and utilizing competence to achieve this is paramount. The theme of this conference catapulted into a time machine, taking me back to my previous life at the then Department of Public Works, as mentioned by the program director here, and a presentation I made to the Portfolio Committee on Public Works in Parliament in 2015. We were bringing forward a progress report on the implementation of the green building framework. This was a framework which had been developed from extensive research done in collaboration with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR. The objectives of which focused on establishing of guidelines on the implementation of steps to transition to a low carbon economy, the implementation of energy efficiency programs, also the provision of parameters for the planning and design of green building programs, the transition to a climate-resistant and low-carbon economy, which I just mentioned now, the contribution to the global effort to stabilize against greenhouse emissions, and also, finally, the dematerialization of the economy and promotion of air quality. I'm essentially talking about wide-ranging sustainable development policies for the built environment that have been coming on for at least 14 years. This is outstanding work. One could even say a masterpiece of policy direction. The question arises as to what has happened to that momentum, because at one time we were together and moving forward, at speed. What has happened? A momentum ignited by the Kyoto Protocol of 2005, kindled by Chapter 5 of the National Development Plan, and fanned by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, both of which reach expiry in 2030. There are acts and amendments to acts on environment management. There's a green and a white paper on national climate change response policy. There are Izimbizo, let me have this thing correct, Mahotla and summits on climate change and sustainability. In the midst of this great cacophony of legislation, policy, talk shops, and think tanks, have we moved the needle on climate change? Have we? Has the construction industry convincingly responded? In other words, where is the doing in all this? What is the action? What are we doing? What is happening? I'm actually encouraged by some of the examples of doing that I listened to today, presented here today by some of the speakers. but more is needed. I ask the question, as we all know, the key mandate of Agreement South Africa is technical assessments and issuing of approval certificates for non-standardized construction-related products and systems. But have we moved forward with regard to this key mandate? Have we, as a country? In other words, are we building, utilizing alternative construction products and systems? Or are we just continuing indifferently with the historical and damaging methods that we've pursued over the years? We appreciate the work done by Agreement South Africa. I'm happy to hear a lot has been said by other speakers about the work of Agreement South Africa, so it means it's gaining momentum out there. There's beginning to be a lot of awareness about Agreement South Africa out there. But I think we need to do more, because there's quite a lot of good work that is coming out of there. I have in the past witnessed many products from other countries being technically assessed and certificated by Agreement South Africa. I've attended those events in the past and was very much impressed. And I think we need to do more as a country to match what is coming through. That, despite the impressive zeal around the subject of sustainability, in 2025, I stand before you today with a barrage of statistics that suggest the needle is somehow stuck, that there's still overwhelming evidence of standard construction practices that are not environmentally friendly. In terms of annual global CO2 emissions, building operations contribute to this by 27%. Building construction contributes a further 6%. Another construction bumps this up by another 7%. According to a report on business sector emissions and resilience cycle, buildings contribute 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Our adoption of new technologies and sustainable materials is very slow. And this is frankly suicidal. I'm sure you heard Prof. also emphasizing the need for us to start focusing in areas where we need more of these skills, where we need more studies conducted so that we can have a better direction going forward. I need not remind anyone present here today how our country is ravaged by extreme temperatures. I could name quite a lot, but I'm saving time. I'm using my speech now no longer as a notes as it was intended. I'm just reading it so that I can save you time. Torrential rains and flooding, excessive heat waves, and more. And we know that. We've just been going through a lot of challenges recently as a country. Thus, it is a matter of course that it is not only urgent but essential for our survival to build a green future through sustainable development. As a council, we have recognized that a professional entering into today's built environment must be equipped to do things differently. And this follows through on what Prof just said earlier on in other speakers. Our professionals must understand that, what is to not only survive, but thrive in a VUCA environment. For those who may not know, VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And it describes a situation of constant, unpredictable change that is now the norm, especially in the broader context of sustainable construction and project delivery. The SACP-CMP recently developed a competency framework which has integrated sustainable development and environmental protection as a competency area for its built environment professionals. So unlike competence frameworks for sustainability in the built environment or guides to sustainable development in the built environment, as a world first, we have developed a professional competency standard for sustainable development and environmental protection. We have drilled down to the nitty-gritty of what the individual involved in or who has influence on a construction project from conception to completion needs to know and be able to do to achieve sustainable development. It starts incrementally in their little spheres of influence, which we hope will grow into a groundswell of change across the industry. Simply put, the competency framework outlines the skills, knowledge, and understanding that registered professionals, such as construction project managers, need to demonstrate so that they can best manage the complexities that are faced in today's polluting and unsustainable construction environment. Sustainable development embraces environmental, social, and economic objectives to deliver long-term equitable growth, which will benefit current and future generations, whilst environmental protection aims at maintaining a healthy and natural environment. The inclusion of this standard in terms of registered persons is that they have an understanding and knowledge pertaining to issues such as water efficiency, environmental equality, durability and maintenance, design, energy efficiency, eco-friendly materials, and their use, waste reduction, and waste management. Then, in applying the above knowledge and skills, they must be able to, for example, manage the safe construction, energy efficiency buildings, smart infrastructure, and renewable energy solutions. They must also understand the use of eco-friendly materials, clean energy technologies, and sustainable practices. They must also enable construction so that it embraces any new policies that balance economic growth with environmental protection. And finally, on this one, also encourage the next generation of up-and-coming professionals that the value and skills needed to sustain our world is valuable beyond comprehension. Thus demonstrating competence. It is through professional competence, continuous learning and collaboration that we can turn sustainability into reality. It's through the work we all do with entities such as Agreement South Africa that we can better embrace shaping a greener and sustainable industry. We find ourselves globally at a time where we face climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation. Sustainability is no longer an option, it's a necessity. And at the heart of this sustainable transformation lies professional competence, the ability of skilled individuals and experts to drive meaningful change. Let's be honest, also aided through our 2020 respective insight, sustainability is not achieved only by debating and developing policies. It is built on knowledge, expertise, skill, experience, and innovation. As the SACP's MP, we understand this. We understand that our professionals have a role to play in the greening and transition to sustainability of our built environment. The challenge before us remains immense, and we must always ensure that professional expertise evolves. It's not an impossible task. But I was talking to professionals recently where we were saying, until it is thought of as impossible, it can never be innovative, whatever it is that you do. So innovation has to be driven by the thought of it, of something being impossible to resolve or to do. For us to successfully traverse our VUCA environment, we must support the industry such that professional competence is sought after, valued, and assist us in turning the vision of sustainability into a reality. Let us do so through education, professionalization, and collaboration, working together with entities such as ourselves, all gathered here today. And in conclusion, let us also do so not by creating more policies and regulations, thinking that these problems belong to tomorrow's generation, but by working together, utilizing the right people for the right work, and pushing the needle towards positive change. I thank you.
Thank you. You can give him another round of applause. We are right on time for lunch. But just my takeaway, Ntate Matutle, sustainability is now necessary. It's a necessity, and let's make it a reality, and let's make sure that we collaborate and partner. Those were your last words. Thank you very much. On that note, lunch is served at the deck. Bon appetit. 30 minutes to be precise, so we can stick to time and finish at 4:30. Okay? Thank you, colleagues. I'll see you at 3:30. No questions at this point in time. We'll take questions right at the end. Colleagues who are joining us virtually, unfortunately, we are not able to provide lunch for you. The technology has not enabled us to do that, but we will break for lunch and come back at 3:30. Thank you.
Tell them, see what you can do wherever you are. See what you can do wherever you are. Oh, my iPad. See what you can do wherever you are. So to say.
Our next speaker, I think it's someone you are excited to hear from. Today, since morning, we had NHBRC for so long. It was NHBRC CIDB, so I can confirm that we have NHBRC in the room. We have Mr. Hadley holds a BTech Architectural Technology from TUT. Mr. Matutle, you'll be so glad to know that he's also registered as a professional, is registered with SACPCMP, and he's currently doing IBT research for NHBRC and has addressed various international and local platforms. He's here to talk to us today about registration of innovative building and compliance monitoring during construction. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Hartley, as it depicts on the monitor. Yeah. I think I'll count every minute as I go through. I'm going to speak about the objectives of Council and what the NHBRC stands for. I don't know if... what's that?
Tech, may you kindly assist? Thank you. But you can continue speaking once we get tech.
Okay, from the NHBRC, we mainly deal with regulation in terms of home building industry. And most of all, we promote the use of technology in terms of housing, and we working together with the Department of Human Settlement. Yeah. Okay, so this is the contents of my presentation. I'll be talking about the background, the objectives of the Council, the regulatory environment, and the roles that the NHBRC play, and how do we administer and deal with innovation in housing, and also to talk about the famous Eric Mulobi, of which many want to understand what is it all about. On the background, the NHBRC as a regulatory council has been established through the Department of Human Settlement in terms of the Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act. What the Act wants us to do is to present an interesting of housing consumers by providing a protection in the form of a warranty to say every building that is being built should be built according to certain norms and standards. And one of our visions is to be a champion of housing consumer, and the mission is to protect the consumers in making sure that the houses that we build do follow the specific standards as set by various institutions in the country, including the Department of Trade and Industry, Housing, the National Building Regulations and Standards. And one of the objectives of the Council of NHBRC, I think it will answer one of the questions that they say, what is the benefit of builders at NHBRC? So if you look at the last one, we assist home builders through training. So the challenge that we have is that most of the registered home builders don't avail themselves for training, and this training is available free of charge for every registered home builder. We promote housing consumer rights, and we establish and promote ethical technical standards, but moreover, we strive to improve structural quality of housing for the sake of the consumers, and also we protect the housing consumer in respect of failure of builders to comply with the regulations. Now, we have standards that we use, or we have mechanisms that we apply that links us in the provision of this warranty. One of them is our mandate, which talks about the act that we have that protects the warranty, and we deal with the issues of quality in housing, and we protect this in terms of the legislation that we have. And if you look at the legislation, I was impressed when the speaker from Salga talked about the collaborations. So we're using the national building regulations on a daily basis to effect our standards. As much as we have the act and the regulations that governs NHBRC, we still operate within the national building regulations. We don't override them, but we work in the framework within the regulation. As you can see, the hierarchy of compliance from level 1, the objective goal, as a broad statement, intended and reflects the societal expectations. And then you look at the last level, where compliance met. So this slide normally complies to what we call SANS 10400 AZ4, means of compliance to national building regulation. So in every innovation in building that you apply, either you're going to comply through the standards, or you're going to design, rational design. That's where we need engineers to come on board, to come and use the technology, the knowledge, the science, to make sure that certain materials do comply to the standards that are set. Then other than that, you have Agrima, which will test the material, that does this material comply to the minimum norms and standard within the building and the registration. Then we have the fourth one called the rational assessment, whereby at NHBRC, we can accept a system that an engineer or a scientific person come through proof and scientific reasoning that this material that he has does perform better or equal to the standard that has been approved by SABS. So we are in compliance to that. So in our operation, we have 3 spheres in terms of approval is the NHBRC, the SABS, or Agrima. So all products that are used by our registered building or builders, they need to comply to SABS or Agrima certification or go through rational assessment by NHBRC. So these are the standards. And then in terms of other intergovernmental departments, if you look at the standards, they are housed within the DTIC. And from the DTIC, you've got another Ministry of Human Settlement whereby we use the standards from the DTIC, and also it's also used housed within the public works and the cooperative governance. So at Human Settlement, we've got entities that we work with. You've got the NHBRC as a regulator and a warranty protection company. Then you have SHRA, of which regulates social housing. Then you have NHFC, which deals with the finance in terms of housing. There are entrepreneurs here who need to understand that there is funding for housing projects of which they can approach the NHFC and come up with those mechanisms. And then we have other inter-departments like your HDA, which deals with the issues of the land. We have the Estate Agency Board, which deals with the issue of selling of properties. And we have the CSOS, which is the community ombudsman within housing. So we have this program or this diagram whereby we depict how do we issue or offer sustainable human settlement, or how we deliver success factors in terms of housing fraternity. And one of them, I think they spoke about the geotech reports and so on, of which plays a key role in a planning and the issue of land use. Because at NHBRC, before project can start, we had to make sure that the project where it will start, the soil is suitable, and the planning by the municipality has been done correctly so that the project can be enrolled for facilitation or for construction. So in order to deliver a sustainable housing, we need a well-located and priced land. We need bulk infrastructure. We need planning and design. That's where we have our professionals from AXA, SACAP, SACP, just to deal with the projects. Then we have development, CIDB, in terms of the contractors that are working in a project. Then we need also accountability and dedication from institutional development within the government. Then you have a community that is developing with institutions. It becomes a human settlement where you've got your schools, your hospitals, and all that form an integrated, sustainable human settlement which deals with urban planning, and that's where SALGA comes in to make sure that this whole integration becomes a success. And then in that, we have subsidies that have been approved by the department. Then we have the sale of properties. Then we have an economy running driven from the point of NHBRC, which plays a bigger part in terms of economic growth. Then we have products that are being approved, of which that's where Agrima come in, and that's where we promote those products. And we have a system whereby we register such product. So at NHBRC, we have been involved in contributing into the national policy in terms of sustainability in human settlement. We do so by designing and the production of projects and documentation of breaking new ground housing typologies within the subsidy sector. And we also promote innovative technologies. If you look in the province of Western Cape, most of the subsidy projects, they use IBTs, and that's where it's very, very active in the Western Cape, and we promote that and we support the use of such technologies. And the other important is the use of new materials within the housing, and we have methods of applying a traditional way of building and a material, because some of the speakers spoke about, your mud bricks and so on. So we look into that. There's a section where I'll be speaking about the lab that we have that support local economy in terms of testing material. And then we have the system design, whereby we conform to the issues of climate change, solving the problem in terms of energy. As NHBRC, we have built a net zero house, which is built in our hub in Soshanguve, where we demonstrate how we can reduce, high use of energy and other things that are in the housing industry. And then the other thing is we work with Agrima to promote the fit-for-purpose materials that we test. And in all that testing, we have inspectors at NHBRC, which are all over the country. In every province, we have more than one office with inspectors that are ready to go to any project that has been implemented. And our inspections do differ from the one from municipality, because what we normally do, we make sure that we look into the structural integrity and minimizing the risk that is within the construction. I know that we have some project that we are dealing with that we also making sure that quality comes top, but the parameters that we use in making sure that we minimize those risks are not foreign within South Africa. We make sure that we use the deemed to satisfy rules, of which is your national building regulations and your SANS 10400, and then we rely also on professionals that deals with the rational design in terms of A19, according to the national building regulations. And we have performance-based methods. That's where Agrima assists us, where we work together to provide a database of newly approved materials. What happens with the system is that if a customer comes with a new materials, we refer them to Agrima to get registered with Agrima, and then once the system has been registered, then we put it in our database, then it's ready for use. The other alternative is to request a rational assessment which will approve only for one project, and thereafter it has to go through Agrima for approval. So that's how we deal schematically, that's how it looks for functional requirements and performance requirements. You will have your standards, of which in terms of the instruction from the minister, whereby NHBRC has to develop technical requirements that are suitable for housing. So we have what we call the home building manual that we give to our builders to use in terms of a reference book. And then they can also have the SANS standards, not only SANS 10400, you've got your SANS 2001, the CM1 and CM2, which talks about your deemed to satisfy. On top of that, we have engineers who will assist us in terms of approving rational design, and we have Agrima SA that helps us in terms of approving materials or products that are specific for a certain purpose. Because at NHBRC, we look exactly at the purpose of the housing in terms of your regulation A20 when we do housing designations, to say if it's a school, let it perform as a school. If it's a house, let it perform as a house. So we look into those materials because some of the innovation are not suitable for housing. And we have seen a lot of containers going around, but when we check in terms of habitability, you find that it is not suitable to be used as a house. It can be used as an office, it can be used as a school, it can be used as a place of learning, but that material, it's not suitable for housing. So those are the things that we deal with at NHBRC. We look into the innovation and put it exactly where it is suitable with the help of Agrima SA. So this is the process that we use when you come with a system. We'll look into whether does it conform to the standard. If it conforms to the standard, for evaluation purposes, we'll use the NHBRC Home Building Manual, we'll use the standards, and then if none of those two are applicable, we look into the rational design as designed by a competent person as certified in the building regulations. Then if the system also does not conform, then that's where we go to look into Agrima certification, because now there is no standards that has been used, but it has been scientific calculation to make sure that the performance of that material is equal or better. It should not be less. It either is equal or better in terms of the standards. So this is the process that we use. So for innovative technology, we rely on Agrima and rational assessment by professional. Hence, it is important from the department CBE. I just want to talk about CBE because there's a lot of competent person under CBE. You've got your architects, you've got your engineers, you've got your geotechnicals. So all those fall under built environment. So we work with such professionals, and as one of the instructions by the minister that we should register as much as you are registered either with SACAP, SSC, PCMP, or EXA, you must register with NHBRC as well in a way that you show your competence in terms of housing systems. Because we need to make sure that the professionals that are working within housing do understand when we talk about rational design, do understand when we talk about Agre, so that when they put a barcode for a system, they understand how that system works and they know the classification and the limitations of the systems, because every system got its own characteristics. So it is very important for all the professionals that registered with NHBRC to be specific on what they specialize in. If you are a geotech, get a barcode to practice as a geotech, give us a geotech reports and make sure that it aligns with the system that we use at housing, rather than you get a report from a hydrologist designing a structure just because it's registered with EXA. So that will make, disempower the NHBRC, because we will have a difficulty in terms of monitoring. So we want to make sure that correct professionals are in the correct field at NHBRC, do understand how we deal with the issues of IBTs. Now, in our research, because one of the things that we do is to engage in research, we partner with CSIR, SABS, Agrima, and CIB, other international organizations. We make sure that we use our research, in terms of sustainability. We identify housing innovative systems. We research and implement IBTs. There is a period whereby we take the database. On the database, we showcase the NHB, the technology. We have a project that we called 9 IBTs, whereby in every province we went and built with an IBT system that is suitable for that climate. Because the other challenge with IBTs is that they are climate-based. The system that you apply in the Western Cape might not necessarily work in Gauteng due to climate. So we make sure that such elements we look into and advise to say, this system, as it has been approved to be above minimum requirements from SANS 10400, but when you look at the climate, the lifespan of this material will not last longer due to climatic conditions. So we look into such things and make sure that we advise accordingly. One of the innovation hubs that we have done, we've got the big one in Soshanguve, north of Pretoria, which was sponsored by APSA. I think they were here in the morning. They sponsored that competition where we built houses. Then those houses we did not maintain because we wanted to see how those elements, specific elements, are affected by climate. And two, the other biggest challenge that is there within IBTs is that IBT becomes a combination in housing. You've got your walling system, you've got your coating, your roofs. So whatever system that is there, we want to see how does it fit into other systems. If your innovation is on roof, how does it affect your walls? If your innovation is on foundation, how is it affected by the soil? So we have built those houses on the west soil. I think it's an H2, it's a heaving soil, making sure that the foundation is a rough foundation. But most of those elements at Eric Mulobi were the walling system. Most of them, if you go to Eric Mulobi, you might think that the system has failed, only to find that the thing that failed is not the system itself, but it's another component of a system, being either the roof or the doors or the floor or the foundation. But the design system is still intact. I'll speak about probably the bricks. You find that the walling system, no cracks, no air leaks, everything's still fine, but you look at the roof is so dilapidated that it caused that system not to function properly. So we look into those things to say exactly what do we need to look into on a system. Is it its performance or is it its use with other materials? So hence we build that lab We have another one in Wellington, Blue Downs, and the houses that we built provincially. The reason we built provincially is because we wanted to test different climates. In Pretoria, we have a different climate as compared to Johannesburg. So the houses are affected differently. And the climate of Johannesburg is not the same as the climate in the northern KZN, where there's high impact in terms of disasters. So we build these houses in every province just to make sure that the technology that we apply is relevant to the sustainability of human settlement. We have quality assurance in terms of inspections. So this is one of the houses that was built in Eric Molobi, of which it won the competition in terms of its materials. The innovation was on the walling system. But if you go to Eric Molobi, as you enter, you find that there's something wrong with the roof. But the innovation itself is still top-notch. But just because the roof has been affected does not necessarily mean that that system has failed. We have also the training center, whereby I alluded that if you register as an NHBRC builder, you do have access to free training. So we have a training center, and we also have a testing lab, which I should invite all entrepreneurs and those who want to be within the innovation, or those who are interested in getting into the innovation sphere, that we have a lab. Currently, we're not charging. Possibly in future, we will think about that. But we encourage contractors and innovators to come and use our lab. Our lab, we test to a standard. It's a structural lab, and we also do soil testing also. And this facility is meant to support registered builders. If you have challenges with materials, you have a lab that you can use. Do not allow us to write you a non-compliance first. Please make use of the lab to make sure that you also improve your products and you come up with new products. In our lab, we have advanced testing equipments which are calibrated on regular basis to make sure that the reports that we get is authentic, because now, remember, it's a business. Construction is a business. So if we test with equipments that are not calibrated, they might give us, an incorrect reading, which might have an impact in the development of material. So we make sure that our equipments are checked on regular basis, so that when there's a non-compliance and we test, we make sure that the results that we get, if you go test at another lab, it will be equivalent, or it will conform to the testing methods that have been used. And then our laboratory staff go out to take samples and make sure that testing is done on a full scale. And second to that, we also use the SABS testing codes to make sure that we test materials. So these are the products that we have on our database. We have walling systems, we've got building systems, we've got roof systems, we've got wall coating, ceilings, insulation, waterproofing. All these innovative systems we get from Agrima. We collaborate with Agrima to assist us with that database, of which my colleague Peg is an expert in terms of collecting the data and making sure that it's available. So the system that we use is that we test if the innovation is failing on the ground, we contact Agrima, and then we contact other department. We make sure that we rectify. Our inspectors go around to make sure that we issue non-compliances to reduce the risk, and we make sure that we also comply to national building regulation in terms of violations, because we do not exist alone. We exist in terms of the building regulations, and yet we have our own regulation to make sure that we don't violate the policies that are set by the Department of Human Settlement, and make sure that people do not become victims in terms of irregular construction. And like the George issue, we need to work a little bit harder to make sure that we stop such projects. But at NHBRC, it's our duty to make sure that we assist. We're not there to police per se, but to assist and enhance the building industry with our research. And we want to build a house of horrors whereby, you can come and look at all the problems. And we also promote the new technology in terms of, 3D printing and, promote 4IR, play within the 4IR, make sure that we are in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. We want to commend you for your partnership, for NHBRC partnership with Agreement SA for the Innovation Hub to make sure that we promote fit-for-purpose materials. I think that's quite critical to make sure that we minimize the risk in as far as quality is concerned within the building environment. Thank you. I just want to make an announcement that we have SACP-CMP help desk for those that would like to register. But for the benefits of our members who have joined us virtually, may I kindly request that as we progress with the activities of the day, you flight the information so that they're not left out. Thank you, SACP-CMP. Thank you. I just want to find out if Mr. Eric Seeger is still in the room. Okay. Mr. Seeger is going to be talking to us about testing methods to improve performance on non-standardized materials. He is a materials scientist. He holds the following qualifications: diploma in data metrics, BSc in physics and operation research, and BSc honors in operations research from the University of South Africa. He has over 30 years of experience in this field. Over to you, sir.
Oh, it's just to go forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity, Agrema. And I'm a material scientist, and when I compiled this presentation, I didn't use SAN standards or Agrema documents. I did it from my experience as a scientist. Okay. Oh dear. Back. I'm going. Would you like some assistance? It's okay. Yes, please. Okay, now I'm done. Slide 2, there you are. Okay. By definition, what is non-standard building materials? It's materials that do not conform to conventional building codes or industry standards. Some examples are recycled plastic, hempcrete, mycelium-based bricks, bamboo or rammed earth, and many other designs. Why consider these materials? We have bricks and mortar. Why would we like to consider other materials? Well, it's come out in all the lectures. It's sustainability, cost effectiveness, and innovation in construction. So we need that. Okay. The importance of testing and evaluation. Firstly, structural integrity. There we do load bearing and durability. And that brings me to durability. The definition of durability would be that how long can you predict will this innovative building system last in practice? What we do there, we age. Let's say you have a plastic brick. We age that plastic brick at about 65 degrees Celsius for 32 days. But we do a 3-point bending or a compression before, unexposed, and then after 32 days, again, and then we compare the results. And then what I do is I use a mathematical model to predict the future life of this innovative building system. It is unfortunately, as a scientist, I cannot just look at a plastic brick and say, wow, it is really durable. I need to do either composition or a practical test. Then also compliance with safety regulations, so like fire resistance, we have to do this, resistance to natural disasters, earthquakes, etc. And then your environmental impact. You must look at recyclability and all of those. Okay, when we test, the key parameters is, in my view, mechanical properties, which cover strength, flexibility, and impact resistance. So you see here, thermal and acoustic insulation. So you need to look at that as well. And then chemical resistance and weathering. And you get longevity under various environmental conditions. So you will not get away to get approval without doing some or other long-term testing that can assist you. Okay, methods of testing. You've got laboratory testing. You can do a material composition analysis. And once you've got that, you can go back to data sheets and you can just describe the product. So then we also do strength and load-bearing tests. You can do field testing. That's also possible. And then you can do modeling as well. And that is what I do. After I've seen the results of the 23 days aging, I do a mathematical model to predict the future. Okay, case studies. If you look at, you want to build with bamboo as a structural material. The strength is comparable to steel, but it requires treatment to prevent decay. So that's the way you have to look at it. Recycled plastic bricks. It's cost-effective and eco-friendly, but it needs fire and load-bearing testing. So when a client approaches me to test, then I consider all these factors. If you look at hempcrete, it's a perfect thermal insulation, but it requires moisture resistance testing. Challenges in the testing and adoption. There's I say lack of standardized testing protocols. There's regulatory barriers and certification issues. Market acceptance. Many people will not even consider an innovative building system. They resist it. And then we need to scale up production for commercial use. Future directions. We need to develop international standards for new materials. So once we've approved a material, then we need to go and see how fast we can put it in the standards line so that there is a standard for it. Once it's been proven it's working. Then we need to do investment in research. We need to encourage sustainable building, we've spoken about this, and government incentive for innovative materials. That will help a lot. Conclusion, testing and evaluation are essential for safety and reliability, sustainability, industry-wide options of innovative materials. That's important to us. Actions, we need to do research on alternative materials, even at university level. Advocacy for the policy changes that enable the adoption, and invest in sustainable and innovatable construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give him another round of applause for adhering to time? He saved us time, right? Mr. Seeger, I never thought I would ever hear someone saying they'll predict the future in a platform of this nature. But thank you so much for indulging us that even in a forum like this, when you deal with scientists, they're able to predict the future. Colleagues, we are moving towards the handing of the certificates handover session, which will be led by Honorable Mahlangu, Acting Chair, the CEO of Agreement SA. I don't see Mr. Lonex. Okay, all right. At least I could see you, unlike the gentleman with the white shirt.
Stand there. I just want to make sure that they are according to this.
Photographers, could you move closer to the stage as we hand over the certificates?
Yeah, so I will manage. Yeah, I think they're going to be doing the handover. I'm just going to be reading out. Yeah.
That way? Yes. And then take a picture. So this is how we're going to go about it. As your name is called, you are sent the stage this way, receive your certificate, go and stand with the Honorable and the Acting Chair, shake hands, take a picture, and then you exit on the other side. Thank you. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Technical, could you kindly assist?
Thank you for the opportunity given to the Technical Assessment Department. My name is Lennox Makwetini. I'm actually in charge of the technical services. It gives us a great pleasure in issuing certificates because this shows that we've done some work as the Technical Assessment Department of Agreement SA. And this gives us joy. We're going to start with Zingeni. If Zingeni is here, they can come up to the stage so that they can receive their certificate. There is somebody coming. Thank you. This certificate actually covers the use of a portal glue called Mix, which uses a 7.1 nominal aggregate size and graded mix to repair potholes. Thank you. We really appreciate you guys coming through to Atima. Let me. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The second group that will be getting their certificate, it's called Ramtsilo. These are two ladies that came up with a concept of making a plastic brick. It took us almost 2.5 years to assess this product because it's something that we've never done at Agrima before, and we did not have a criteria. And, but at the end, we're grateful that we're able to pull it through with the up and downs, but we managed. Ramtsilo, we had a pleasure of giving you a certificate today. Thank you, sister. Thanks. Thank you. The second group will be Monel Building System. I'm not sure if they're still here, but this is an amendment to an existing certificate that they had. They needed to decrease the size of the plaster in the original certificate, so we ended up doing this amendment. I'm not sure if somebody from Monel is here to receive this certificate. I think they must have left. We'll jump on to the next one. Promic Paints. I think I saw Carlene. She was here. Okay. There is somebody from Promic Paints. As Agrima SA, we also give certification to paints that are innovative. This one is called a 4-in-1 painting system. Where it has different characters, but the fourth option is that you can use a cloth that will create some sort of a membrane, which makes it the fourth application on this paint. So it's a 4-in-1 paint. Thank you. You can go to our seat. Yeah. Yeah, this one is a sanitation system. It's called Amalulu Diversion Toilet System. And they are here. They're also exhibiting outside. This is one of the sanitation systems that we've certificated. It has a lot of advantages as compared to your conventional toilet system. Thank you very much. You can go to our CEO. Thank you again for the support. The next one is called EcoPanel. These are some of the products that we have within Agrima. We've got about 6 or 7 different applications. They all differ in terms of, the last layer that's covering them. But most of them, they've got polystyrene bits inside. We call that light concrete. This one, it's a 2.4 by 12 by 75 millimeter thick. For internal walls, they've got a 2.4 by 12 by 150 for external walls. You can come through. Yeah, the next one will be, they call themselves Saudi Holding. But we call them Park Homes. These are one of the guys that came to Agrima, I think, as early as 2012. But they only got their certificate now because they've been changing, the company has changed, they've, departments have changed, but eventually last year they decided to come through. They called Park Homes, it's PH prefabricated system. It's used, and they're also exhibiting at the hall. They are using these, what do you call it? They are using it's what the, yeah, it's classrooms.
EPS
EPS panels. Yeah, so it's one of those that we've got more than 3 or 4. You can go through. Yeah, and the last one is going to be eco tanks. For the tanks to be introduced in the market in SA, it started with Agre SA. Our first tank to give certification to, it was called, that's the famous Jojo. Yeah, then after Jojo, it gave, confidence to the guys in the industry. They started coming through. So if Jojo Tanks is here, Eco Tanks is here, please come through to receive your certificate. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, these are the guys that are going to be getting their certificates for this year. The rest of the guys will also be getting their certificates in the same occasion next year when we're having the Stakeholder Engagement Forum again. Thank you very much from the Assessment Department. Thank you.
If I could kindly request that all those who have received the certificate make their way back to the stage. I'd like to also invite the DG of Public Works to join us and the members of Agreement SA Board so we can take a group photo. Thank you. Please bring your certificates. Thank you. If we could just make our way quickly.
The job is done. I can with evidence.
Can we take questions as well? General questions. Huh?
And senior managers at technical services.
Well, they will take questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Colleagues, I know one of the things that we wanted to do was to engage with us. We've now finally come to that session. If I could ask the executive of Agreement SA, technical services as well, to please make their way to the stage. Colleagues who have joined us virtually, those questions that I said you must keep jotting, that moment has now arrived where we can engage robustly on them. You also do the summary of key takeaways. Thank you. Is that Dominic? Dominic, if you could also make your way to the stage. I don't see Mary. Mary, are you still here? So we did tell you earlier on that we are client-centric, so this is an opportunity to engage with the technical team. Colleagues on the virtual platform, if you could also give me an indication. Ndates Khosele, can you please come and assist your team as I take a break? Yes, sir. Yes, I am noting you to raise your question, sir. You'll take the first question, he will take the second question. You will take the third question. Can I get an indication from technical if there are colleagues on the virtual platform who are raising questions? We will take the first three questions and provide the answers, and then we move in that light.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martin Mabunda. I am a registered construction health and safety agent with the SACP-CMP. We have had a lot with regards to working sustainably, improving the local economy. My question is, how sustainable are we as a country where we've got a lot of foreign run companies fronting South Africans? They don't appoint any South Africans. They mess up with everyone. They don't pay people. They take money out of South Africa. How are we growing the economy in that fashion? And then my next question, it's with relates to my profession. We go through a rigorous process in the universities and at the SACP-CMP. If someone tells you they are a health and safety agent, you must take a head off for them. It's not an easy process. And then there is a bid. I have more than 20 years experience as a professional, and then someone who's privileged has got 10 years experience, was registered earlier. So I had issues in terms of money and all that. Someone in the SCM office will say, you need to be registered, you need to be post-registration 3 years. It is so pathetic. It is so pathetic. Some of us, we've suffered the rest of our lives. So this has to change. And this thing of awarding foreign people who are fronting and all that, it's not going to end in a good way. People are going to revolt.
the Department of Public Works, as the leader of infrastructure, they need to do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Tato Majadibolu. That's my name and surname. Tato is my name, Majadibolu is my surname. I'm from the National Union of Mine Workers. Of course, I'm a member of SSAPCMP. I want to somehow challenge the SSAPCMP because, and also check if it's possible that we can find a way of trying to resolve certain issues as stakeholders here. Because you find that someone, particularly on registering professionals, of course leading to being an agent, you will find that young graduates, they're from universities for a certain particular profession, maybe health and safety, officer or manager, they've got the BTech or degree or diploma. Now, they can't find a job because they are not registered. Whether, because in many of the companies it's a standard, because it's a statutory body, it's registered in the OSH, construction regulations. Now, we want to check how can we then collaborate with maybe the institutions of Department of Higher Education, or universities where they graduate, to check if they can find a program where they can, at the same time when they graduate, then they can get registered with SSAPCMP together with contractors. So that when they come from university as graduates, already they are registered, they are okay, their qualification is complete, then they can be able to find jobs. That's my suggestion, number one. Because really, after they graduate, they come here, it's just, it's hectic. So doing that as a health and safety practitioner, doing that as project managers as well, I think it can assist as well. Also, as agents, because you can't just give us a task without us having a way of assisting for us to comply with that particular statutory bodies. I think SSAPCMP must come to party. So secondly, construction cut across. It is not only, it is also in the mines, it's also in the energy, also in the metal sector. So I think it will be important that when we do such kind of gathering, or this kind of gathering, we bring along your DMPR, your Department of Labor, and many other stakeholders that we think they will be affected by construction because construction cut across. And then maybe the last point, I hear we talk about fundings, we talk about being innovative and all of that. It's so impressive. However, we don't talk about the issue of construction mafias, that they don't comply with the health and safety legislative. And that is affecting our people who are being employed by those contractors. Now, if we talk about, we will come here and talk only about profit, and we don't talk about the health and safety of our people. Because these employers gathered here, they've got employees who they hire, but in terms of health and safety issues, they are not in par. They're not in compliance because they are running for profit more than saving the lives of people. So I think we need to concurrently health and safety must be a priority together with production or profit. They must run concurrently. No. These two, nothing is more important than the other. So I think that because we lose a lot of lives, like people are dying in the construction sector, people are dying in the mines, at the construction sector in the mines, as I was indicating that. So those are very much important that our people must not prioritize profit too much over the lives of people to such an extent that they breach the legislative in terms of health and safety and others. I think for now, let me drop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping not to be as long as my previous speaker. I've just got two issues that I wish to bring to the table. I'm not sure if I'm audible. I am, okay. As a registered engineering professional with Agre, and I'm with EcoPanel, I just want to note two things real quick. The first being that it was tabled that according to DORA, that's the Division of Revenue Act, the HSDG, the Human Settlements Development Grant, only makes provision for 2% of buildings to be innovative, which means that we are here busy striving for an agenda to advance ABT and innovation, but we're playing in a small space of 2 houses for every 100 houses. That just doesn't make sense. Second thing is that we've made representations on the white paper, to try and up that quota, but all of us as advocates for ABT are fighting for 2 houses in every 100 houses. It just, I feel Agrema should play a much bigger role in speaking to it's unfortunate that the Deputy Minister is not here, but he would obviously have those kind of meetings in his agendas to up that quota. So if that can be done, that would be great. The second thing is, as Agrema, who is the overseer of building standards, anything that's non-conventional, and was made clear by the NHBRC guide that says that you either need to be the same, meaning you must conform, or you must be better than whatever is conventional. Why is it that Human Settlements is building houses in the Eastern Cape and all over the country using a 9mm board for houses that are considered dignified? And they did not follow the Agrema process, but yet those guys have built over 1,500 houses in the past 12 months? Are they just not recognizing Agrema for its role that it's supposedly claiming to play in this space? So, and it also questions the very intention of future Agrema, companies that want to be registered. Is it worthwhile going through Agrema if guys are bypassing this process and getting big contracts, not respecting basics in terms of, as the previous speaker spoke of, durability? We went through 7 tests to make sure that we comply. But you get guys that, I don't know, they just get contracts just like that. And it's not just about the contract, it's about giving dignity to people. These are real human beings that are living in those spaces. And we're saying, allow them the opportunity to live in a space that is representative of quality, of dignity, and everything else that Agrema has been saying the whole day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope I'm audible. I'm going to respond to the first question about the issues of fronting. I think that is very important to to place it exactly where it belongs. Now, if you look at in our government sphere, when it comes to the issues of triple BEE, we've got a triple BEE commission, which is being housed under the Department of what we used to call Trade and Industry, but now it's the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Now, within that department in particular, there is an act which has been promulgated by our government, which relates precisely to the issues of fronting. So fronting is a criminal act. So there are processes, however, that entails as to how do you report the issues of fronting where you suspect such is happening. And amongst others, it also informs one, what exactly does fronting mean? And then also, who can be found to be guilty of fronting, if at all there is suspicion of such? And what is, of course, the triple BEE fronting terminology meaning? And what constitutes also fronting? So I think that is very important to follow the steps that are outlined as such through the triple BEE Commission, so that whenever such is being suspected, it is placed rightfully where it belongs. For us as Agre South Africa, if any company proposes a particular product within our sphere, it's not easy to know whether there is anyone fronting in the company or not, okay? We work basically purely based on the information that we receive, which information we receive, of course, from the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, which is the register of all companies in the Republic of South Africa. I hope that settles that one. Secondly, the issues of mafias. I think sometime last year, colleagues, late last year, there was a huge construction Indaba or summit that was held, amongst others, was to address the issues of construction mafias, and that conference was held in Durban, which was initiated by the minister and the ministry and the department. It dealt with quite a lot of issues, and a number of stakeholders were represented at that. Amongst those was the Department of Finance, amongst those was the Department of Police, where even the ministers for those respective departments were available to talk directly to such related matters of construction mafias. It is indeed a crime, and whenever it is manifesting itself, it needs to be reported accordingly to the relevant bodies. People need to understand, how do you get involved in a government contract or in a government project properly through proper channels. I think that is very important. And there is legislation related to how projects are being run in government, and therefore one needs to conform or comply with such related legislation as and when it is made available or it is relevant for that specific project. Thank you very much. I will hand over to my colleagues to deal with the rest.
Thank you. I will be addressing the last two questions. The first one being the set aside of 2% of the grant USDG for IBT. Regarding that one, we think it requires collaboration between all stakeholders. It is in the domain of the human settlement and will require that as Agreement SA, we find channels of engaging the Department of Human Settlement to advocate for that quota to be increased. And in doing so, it will also then afford the opportunity of new technologies coming into play. That is in relation to the 2% and is noted. The second question relating to the substandard products in terms of durability. As has been alluded that there are a number of these products being utilized in the country that is not sustainable or in compliance with the requirements. One has to indicate that the current ASTA Act 11 of 2015, it's in its current form a voluntary application for certification. What it means is that you will have systems and products that are not certified by Agreement SA out there in the country because the current act hasn't made it mandatory for these products or any innovation to be subjected to Agreement SA for use. We have started the process as we hear for review of the Act to make it mandatory for any product to be then tested and certified by Agreement SA prior to use. However, in the meantime, we're seeking collaboration with our partners like the NHBRC, as you have indicated, and we are going all out to establish the use of uncertified, non-standardized products and systems so that we could proactively engage in a way of addressing the issues of safety, the issue of dignity, and what we could do in the interim, but with assistance of the NHBRC and also engaging within municipalities with the building inspectorate units. And that collaboration will assist in the interim while we're going all out for the review of the Act. I think those are the answers in relation to the two questions. And some of the questions being 2 or 3, I think they have been directed at the SACP CMP, and I see the registrar is here. I humbly may request that the registrar could attempt those questions. Thank you.
I think I must point out that the questions that were raised or that were asked were not necessarily asking questions. There were statements. There were statements made, I think, from Tato in particular. It was an appeal that there must be an intervention between ourselves as the SACP CMP as a regulator and the universities to try and assist them. It's a difficult, situation where from graduation you can simply register as a professional. You need to go through all the other processes, including candidacy. I'm sorry, I don't know why my voice is becoming sexier. Yeah, now it will clear. It's maturing. It's warming up. It's a difficult situation because you need to go through processes. These are in place already. We're working a lot with a number of institutions and also service providers to ensure that we can assist individuals to go through the candidacy programs quickly. We also have a program that we're about to start with CETA, structured candidacy. So it is something that I'll look into some elements of it and see what can be done to assist. But there is no way it will be possible for us to assist, look for jobs for individuals. I don't want to make such a commitment because we are a regulator. So it becomes very difficult for us to do that. But I think we'll look into how we can assist people, probably also shorten the period, because I think one of the frustrations is the time it takes for people to register as professionals. And I know that dates far back, I mean, from even when I was still in public works, we used to decry the time because I think something can be done to ensure that it doesn't take 13 years in some instances or as long as it used to. So that is something that we'll look into definitely going forward. There was a point I wanted to just assist with previously that was raised about fees. I want to advise the person who spoke about fees earlier on, Babu Mchali, that they must approach our offices so we can look to assist them. Because the figures that were mentioned were a bit concerning to me because for applications, particularly as a professional, the council charges 2,994 rands 90 cents. And for interviews, it's 4,940. And for registration, it's 1,528. That comes to about 9,463. You can't owe the money because you've got to pay in advance. You must pay for registration, sort of application before you can, definitely be given that. You can't go to an interview without paying. So I just want to see what could have resulted in, a pile up of the amount that was mentioned. Again, I suspect it could be as a result of repeat assessments. But I'm requesting the professional to approach us so I can see as to what it is, what could be the challenge and what it is that can be done to assist them. There was an issue raised earlier on about decentralization somehow, ensuring that we've got regional offices in the provinces. I just want to indicate that we are a self-funding entity that must cover its own costs, for all the processes that we perform. So all administrative functions must be self-funding. Those that are not self-funding, I ensure that they're cross-funded, by others. Because there are those that we must perform education ones that are normally not necessarily, revenue generating. So you've got to ensure that you cross-fund because they must still happen. It's important by legislation. So I'm just going to say to that point that there was something that happened in the country around about 2007, 2006, if my memory serves me well, where the CIDB approached the Public Works Department and worked with the National Public Works Department and provincial departments, requesting that space should be availed for the CIDB officials to operate in provinces to assist individuals in provinces. And I remember I was head of the department at that time. We also availed space, and that space was availed for free. And I'm not certain whether it's still for free at this point. I am just thinking, wildly now, that we could probably use a similar approach where space could be made available in provincial offices, even if it's one office, where as councils, we could rotate visiting provinces so that we can provide service to the registrants in the respective provinces. I.e., for a month, you could have EXA there, another month, you could have SACP-CMP, another month, you can have SACUP, another month, you can have SACLUB, etc. And quantity surveyors and valuers could also be seen through that. It could be a cost-saving mechanism of making sure that we access, people are able to access the councils. The other thing that people must take advantage of, we have road shows where we send team members to provinces, to companies. Companies sometimes invite us, and we take them through our processes. Sometimes we do, CPD events and so on. We run workshops and so on. We can be invited as council, and we are prepared to travel at any given point to go and support the registrants wherever they are, or even would-be registrants. I am not certain whether I've left a point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have members on the virtual platform who would like to ask questions. We'll start with Simpiwe, followed by Gia, and then Sipo, in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was already on the lobby about to leave. I'm glad the registrar had made a bit of a comment, firstly about the possibility of them rotating in office. It was me who made that point. I think it's a matter of trying for them to be a bit more accessible. I understand what he has made in terms of them being self-funding. I think I appreciate if they could really do that. We know that they have got a bit of a schedule. Then we would know that maybe in the Eastern Cape, they come in June or in July. Then you prepare your stuff, and then you know that when in that week, then you can be with them. I think I'm glad with that. I think the comment I wanted to make now is not necessarily a question, but it will be a comment now that I think it's directed towards the CIDB. The CIDB, I think I did wrote a bit about it. But what I wanted to suggest or to make a comment is that at the current moment, you know the outcry in the country with regards to opportunities for work, particularly in the construction industry. And the already built or developed companies, they are quite trading all over the country because these are public tenders, are big tenders, are public tenders. But when it comes to the space of small businesses, small contractors, there's a bit of a huge fight for them to get in, to get more work. When after the PPR 22, there was PPR 2017, which was appealed in court and was won. Then a new policy, which is the PPR 2022, was promulgated, and then we started working with it. That, in essence, it prevents state-owned entities and government departments from pre-qualifying contractors, or maybe when we want to specify certain specific goals. In essence, when I looked at, maybe I might be wrong, there's only one legislative framework that allows for us to sort of enforce or push a participation of small contractors in the industry. That is CITB build. And the CITB build specifies only 2%, only 5% of the contract value. That means the only legislative framework that allows public entities and government departments from creating work for subcontractors or SMEs in the construction industry is only about 5%. If I'm correct, that means this needs to be a little bit reviewed. I think I wanted to make a comment that CITB look into that. Perhaps it needs to be moved a little bit up, because there was generally a knowledge in the construction industry, in the small businesses, that work that is supposed to be given to them is about 30%, which is not the case. The only legislative that we know, legislative framework that we know, is CITB build, which specifies only 5% of the construction value that can be subcontracted to subcontractors. I think I would wanted to appeal or just make a comment, if possible, going forward, that could be looked at, be a little bit upped, so that at least it creates a bit of a space that when we are trying to push specific goals, particularly in terms of construction space, subcontracting and SMEs, we have got a bit of something to elect to stand on. Thank you.
Kia, you can ask your question if it's a comment. If we could please keep it brief. And colleagues on virtual platform, may I kindly request that we take into cognizance the fact that we are Agreement SA. Although we are an entity of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we are not CIDB. And CIDB, the CEO was in the room earlier on, but he was not part of the discussion. So the questions I'm asking colleagues to ask is questions that relate to the presentations or questions that relate to Agreement SA. If we could be clear, but there's need to ensure that we collaborate in the next forum and invite CIDB as well, Colleagues, can we please keep it brief? Colleagues on virtual platform, 10 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. While waiting for the online crowd to find the questions, can I please ask mine quickly? And I will be brief. The first one I noticed this morning is about getting exposure for Agrema SA. I've noted the billboards here along the N1. I noted when I visited you guys' website. Oh, sorry, as an introduction, I'm Zain Babamia from Sanral. So yeah, just talking to your target market with regards to your marketing endeavors. 62 million people may be impacted by your products, but 62 million people are not your target market. So I think what needs to happen is that you need to get more visible in the built environment space where people are aware. So tertiary institutions are a good example. I heard that there has been road shows to one of the universities. That's brilliant. But trying to get everyone to understand what Agrema is, you've got a finite amount of resources. I don't think you're going to manage to get that message out to all 62 million people. That's just a comment on my side. The second one is, how do you find a way to standardize a manner of assessment of competing products? The reason I'm asking this is from a Sanral perspective, for example, we rely on y'all for road repair systems and microsurfacing. If I go through the microsurfacing certificates, it's all ultimately the same thing, what we in industry call ultra-thin friction cores. None of the competing certificates actually have the same criteria of which they measured. It's all giving us a certificate, oh, we Agrema certified. So I think we need to, there's a gap in terms of assessment. I think you need to leverage your partners in other government spheres as well as some of private industry to understand what criteria should be measured. Because if supplier A decides that this is the criteria he wants to be measured by, and supplier B identifies different criteria, but they're calling this thing the same, they're calling the items the same type of technology, I can't rely on that certificate because of the different types of outcomes and different performance parameters. And then the third one would be a suggestion in terms of, up until recently, I mean, I've been dealing with Agrema, well, I have dealt with Agrema in the past, so from private industry, and I have been on the client side now. But Agrema's business model is very reactive, and as the Honorable Minister said, it can't be business as usual. We can't be, I think there's a gap where you can actually exploit that for the betterment of your own business in terms of identifying needs proactively and then identifying criteria that would meet those needs. So we may not have the exact technology, but at least say, okay, this is the performance parameters of this. So if it's in roads, I need it to carry this amount of traffic for this purpose on a rural road, just an argument, just an example rather, and come up with innovative solutions that will actually meet those needs. Then you're drawing industry to you. You're not waiting for industry to approach you with somebody that says, I have a technology, I think it can work. So yes, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Take opportunity now. Can I be here? From my side, I would like to take this opportunity. I would like to thank Agrima for the host. And I'm not going to be too long, but I am concerned about the growth regarding the SMEs. My question is that how come SMEs can grow into the level of getting opportunities? And I think for SMEs, the most important thing, it is not funding. I would like to take this opportunity and greet everyone. I also thank Rima for the host of this program, this meeting. So my concern is about the SMEs, the growth of the SMEs. What I think it is important, it is not the funding for SMEs. Most especially, we're talking about opportunities that SMEs need. That is concerned about funding. But the most special thing that I think it is opportunities like training sessions, opportunities like for the tendering. In the case of tendering, SMEs has to have at least 3 years experience, working experience, 5 years working experience. And for an upcoming entity or enterprise that's just starting now, doesn't have any experience, work experience, how come that entity can already have 5 years experience? So that is my question. And most special thing that I'm also concerned about is that how can SMEs get funded? If that SME got funded, that enterprise gets funded, and it hires the staff members and staff and has no jobs to do. If it has no job to do, so then what can it do? If even I already hired staff members with the funding, then what can I do? That is my concern and my question. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, you can kindly respond to the questions.
Thank you. I will take the 3 questions from Sandra. I will request my colleagues to take the last one regarding SMMEs. On the first one, we appreciate the advice on the target audience. And as Agreement SA, we want to agree that our focus area in terms of our target audience should be practitioners within the built environment as a start. And I think if we could then consolidate on that, our visibility, not only visibility, but collaboration, as we foster more of these developments that are happening, will enable Agreement SA and our partners to move with speed. Regarding the second question on the competing products, we note that, and I think it's something to reflect upon on us. We have within the technical services at Agreement SA, the research and the development unit. And what we are looking at that we need to move with speed is the review of the performance criteria. So it will be in the review of these performance criteria where we are also going out and inviting stakeholders and those within our space to input on, so that when we review these performance criteria, we will be very clear in terms of how we go out and assess for certification of various systems. And that is well noted. The last question, it is very true in terms of the reactive approach in nature. And I think it could be linked to our earlier response or question relating the use of products and systems in areas like the Eastern Cape that are not certified by Agreement SA. And we are saying we have to look at ways of being proactive by going back to our research and development and look at what are these new technologies that are out there, non-standardized but being utilized within the country. And proactively we start engaging and fostering some partnership or getting to say, how do we then bridge that gap to make sure that we are actually reclaiming that space while we are also then pushing ahead with the review of the current act, like I've indicated, to make it compulsory for the non-standardized systems and products to be allowed for use only once certified through Agreement SA. And I think those comments and questions are well received and something that we should be able to look at. Thank you.
I'll be answering the last question related to the SMME funding. Agre South Africa definitely supports the initiative of SMME funding. It depends what type of funding you are talking about. Are you talking about starting up businesses type of funding, or are you referring to funding for certification? Those are two different types of funding. Now, within Agre itself, whatever resources we have, we will try and support SMME funding in terms of whether it's training to at least assist SMMEs with training, or when we have MOUs with organizations to facilitate that type of funding or assistance through the MOUs we sign with our partners. So it all depends on what type of funding you're looking at. Also, we suggest that if you're looking at business type of funding, there are organizations which you'd have to look at that can provide that funding, whether it's a type of a manufacturing funding organization. I see there was one. But from our side at this stage, it's all about facilitating, but we are looking at funding for certification. And we're looking into funding for certification. So if there are SMME companies that require funding for certification, we are starting to look into that and see how we can assist or who we can partner with, because in essence, this whole event is about collaboration and partnerships, who we can partner with to assist in those endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We've come to the end of the program. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for your diligence, for your engagement. I believe that the robust engagement that we had would sustain you until we meet for our next forum. But on a more serious note, thank you so much for staying until the very end. I was standing between you and the traffic, and I know the traffic has subsided now. Let me make welcome the acting board chair.
It doesn't end here. It was merely a beginning. Now, this is an annual event which will be held every once in a year, And of course, keep your eyes on our website and different social media platforms of Agrima South Africa to know when is our next event and where, in case it interests you. But let me take this opportunity to appreciate a number of people quickly. First of all, it's yourselves. You've been wonderful. Thank you so much for making it a very successful event. Let me also thank the Deputy Minister in his absentia for the wonderful keynote address that he gave us earlier on. Let me also hasten to thank the members of Parliament, the Portfolio Committee of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, who have been with us, supporting us until this far. Thank you very much. Your support is highly, highly appreciated. And thanks to all the suppliers that were here, thanks to the exhibitors also that took part today, the certificate holders, the new ones that have come into the fore as well, we say congratulations and thanks for making yourselves available for today. Thanks to all the senior government officials led by the DG of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thanks very much to our board, which is the leadership of Agrima South Africa, who are making sure that this ship is steered towards the right direction. I wish to also thank very much, especially in fact, the CEO and his team for having put together this wonderful event. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And thanks lastly to CSIR for hosting us today. We've got a sentimental attachment to CSIR. We were born out of this place, and it's always nice to come back home and be welcomed again. And even tomorrow when we do require a knock at your door that we need your facility for such an occasion, please do open your doors for us. And we wish to thank each and every one of you at this note. May God bless all of you. Travel safely until we meet again. God bless you.